You're live? Alright people, a very good evening. Welcome to your own Unacademy NEET English channel. I'm Dr. Pankhuri Miglani, your biology educator. After a while, a certain hiatus, we all are meeting, you and I, once again on this amazing channel, as you guys love us, support us, and you're so enthusiastic with every passing day to attend the classes in Game of NEET. Confirm that you can see me, hear me properly. Yeah, of course I'm not screaming, but everything is fine to your ears. Yeah, you can see me properly. Just confirm in the chat box, and the chat box is looking a little dull. Kishore, beta, I'm going to tell you that. Don't worry. I'm going to furnish every kind of necessary information. Don't worry. So let's put some whatever emoticon you like. If you like fire, put fire. If you like water, put water. If you like air, you put air. Use all the Panch Tattvas, 5 elements of the planet. Heart you want to put, you put heart. Tears you want to put tears. Whatever. But let the chat box look like it's my kids. It's my Game of NEET team, isn't it? So, Saucy, you are always quite a delight to have in the session, and you bring a lot of positivity. I watch you, I see you in all the sessions, whether it is physics, chemistry or biology. Thank you, my darlings. Yeah, you just changed the face of this chat box entirely. Yeah, and see, you brought a smile on my face also. So welcome. Today the session is Plant Kingdom. Kishore has asked a very good question from ma'am, how long the session is. Now I know that this chapter, acha, fine. Fire is fine, hearts are fine, thank you so much, I love you too. Okay, good evening. Now, how many of us don't like this chapter? So I always tell my students, if you like botany, I like you, it's okay, yeah, we are friends. But if you hate botany, or if you don't like any chapter, then you know you are my favorite. My heart is with you. So today, ma'am is going to make this chapter very easy for all of you. Yeah, like I always try to do with every chapter. I understand the challenges that you face in this gitch kind of chapters like Plant Kingdom and Animal Kingdom. So ma'am is going to tell you, we will change I don't like to, I'm going to do it. Yeah, so it is not about what you like and what you don't like. Yeah, it is necessary. Sometimes things are necessary. The session is not going to be long today. This chapter is small, and the way I'm going to do with you guys, not only I'm going to clear all the basics, because Animal Kingdom and Plant Kingdom, zoology, Animal Kingdom, botany, Plant Kingdom stands on the very foundation of strengthening the basics. The only problem that you face, whether it is Animal Kingdom or Plant Kingdom, is that you jump from one corner to another. Okay, you don't take the necessary steps. Steps are important. I want everybody to write in the chat box, steps are important. Yeah, so more you affirm on this, we have to do the A, B, C, D before we go and write the poetry, before we go and write the poems. Okay, good evening. The session is not going to be more than 4 hours. Maximum 4 hours. Okay, so you guys should be glad that before this year is ending, very important topics you have done in all the subjects, very high weightage chapters. Now be my darlings and look at the weightage of this chapter. This is one unit. Even I was scared when I was a student. You know, I used to think, why do we have this unit? And this is one unit where they have not done any deletions, right? Now this chapter, living world and biological classification, listen to ma'am very carefully. Living world and biological classification are often clubbed together. It starts with taxonomy and then it goes to systems of classification, right? In Plant Kingdom, the modern systems of classification, they have sandwiched for no good reason. So in the end game batch, which is going to start from 2nd of January, okay, I am going to give you handwritten notes. I am going to do the modern methods, the earliest methods starting from artificial system of classification, when nobody was there in the planet. Yeah, from the very basic, from what Aristotle uncle did for us, from what Linnaeus gave to us, to the very modern computerized methods, chemotaxonomy, yeah, all the glamour that is there in the taxonomy these days. But it has to be written systematically. So 2nd of January, don't miss the classes, yaar. We are going to do like nobody's business. It's going to be the best botany notes that you'll have in the country. Yeah, so biological classification has a weightage of 3 to 4 questions. End game batch which starts on, let me tell you, the link is given in the description box. For that batch, join it right now if you haven't joined, because the seats are very limited. You know, we don't know when they'll close the batch completely. The year is going to end. Yeah, I don't know how it's rushing, but yeah, it's going to end any time. Today is 28th, right? 28th, yeah, it's 28th. So join this batch because I'm going to do biological classification, living world. Very important chapters. On 2nd of January, we will start the classes. Okay, share this session and like this session with everybody. And the link to join the batch is given in the description box. You just have to click on it. One click can change your life. Yeah, it's always that. Now look at the plant kingdom here. Plant kingdom is giving you 3 MCQs every year. Okay, this is going to change. This is going to change, people, because now the syllabus has reduced. The number of chapters and the subtopics in an individual chapter have reduced. So please expect 4 questions. +1, -1. Your destiny. Okay, so let's affirm and let's gather those 4 marks. I'm taking the minimum 4 marks in our pockets today. 4 into 4 is how much? Apply the mathematics. Yeah, we are all good at mathematics and physics, aren't we? Answers in the chat box. How many marks are going to be with you by tonight? Early night. 16. And just like that, it's such a dry 16. Give some fire, yeah. You're going to put 16 marks in your pocket today. I have brought some amazing MCQs also with me. Alright. So now people, what is this in front of you? You have the 5 kingdom system classification in front of you. Yeah. The R.H. Whittaker's famous 5 kingdom system classification. Now ladies and gentlemen, as he did for us, he divided all the living organisms after a lot of fight, after 3 kingdom, 4 kingdom classification into Monera, Protista, fungus, plantae and Amelia. Right? And fungus was the one which was the first multicellular eukaryotic organism. Does that make sense to you? Does that ring a bell? Yeah? Now, he moved on to classify certain organism into kingdom plantae also. He could have classified everything into kingdom fungus, no? Why? Because if you remember, and I'm going to do that in the endgame batch, biological classification, R.H. Whittaker, it's not spoken about in the textbook, followed very broad criteria to classify organisms. If you look at the classification tree of R.H. Whittaker, what do you see? After kingdom fungus, and I repeat, after kingdom fungi, after kingdom mycota, however you want to call it, the diversity, the tree spreads out, it diverges based on especially the mode of nutrition. Okay, so it is not said really, but in cryptic language, R.H. Whittaker took 2 major methods, 2 major criteria very seriously to his heart. One was mode of nutrition. Look at this, saprobic, autotrophic, heterotrophic, and the mode of reproduction. Other than that, we study in that chapter that he, poor guy, took almost everything. Cellular organization, the type of cell, presence of cell wall or not, phylogeny. Yeah, phylogeny is very important. Second thing, whenever you study animal kingdom in zoology or plant kingdom in botany, it is my request, recommendation, suggestion and an order. Kindly, beautifully, sincerely follow the tune of evolution. You have studied evolution in class 12. You guys are quite informed. Yeah, you are very wise. I know you. Okay, so understand that if you are studying one group of organism, if you're on porifera, you go to coelenterata, you're not just going blindly. Yeah, certain updation has happened. It's like the next model of the same phone. I don't know if I should name the company. Yeah, and they hike up the price every year around Diwali. And people end up paying lakhs and lakhs. Yeah, they would have updated 1 or 2 features in the previous model, but they update. Okay, so that evolutionary tone is what makes the understanding of plant kingdom and animal kingdom very, very easy. If you look at the mode of reproduction also, you guys are well informed that in fungus what kind of sexual and asexual reproduction takes place. Fungus is all about the mighty spores everywhere. But Plantae is for the first time going to play with a very real sexual reproduction. Okay, so we are going to see plant kingdom like that. I hope you have liked the session, shared the session. If you have not, let me know in the comment section. It's okay if you haven't. So, we will start with understanding what are plants. Alright, so when I say that we'll start from very, very basics, okay, we are going to be very, very uninformed. We don't know anything, right? So if you don't know anything, then we will go from understanding something to everything. Yeah. So what are plants? Answers in the chat box, everybody. I want the chat box to run with answers of what are plants, and I am not looking for any technical term or some complex language or some very conceptual knowledge. As simple as that. If you close your eyes and somebody asks you what are plants, you're not a biology student also, right? So then they are green in color. Oh yeah, we know that, isn't it? So they are green, that means they are photosynthetic. We also saw from R.H. Whitaker's classification that they are multicellular, eukaryotic organisms. Eukaryotic organism, do you confirm? Write confirm in the chat box. Everybody, they are the multicellular photosynthetic green organisms. If they are photosynthetic and green, they are autotrophic in nature. Their nutrition type is autotrophic in nature, one of the major criteria of Whitaker uncle to classify. And as per their role in ecology, I have always taught you in ecology that autotrophism and producers is a different thing. Their role on the planet is of being a producer. Boys and girls, these are very, very basic terms. They look very simple. But when they are applied in the MCQs, we go all wobbly, wobbly, the world stops being round. Okay, autotrophic and producers. Now, if I'm saying that they are green and photosynthetic, you and I are not green and photosynthetic because we do not have plastids. Plastids, differentiating feature, everybody. So, they have plastids. Yes, they have chloroplast, abundant chloroplast. What else do they have that we don't have? Cell wall. Cell wall. R.H. Whitaker worked on this. Now, in anatomy, the last chapter of this, the previous chapter of this series was anatomy. Yeah? What is that one tissue? Answers in the chat box. Don't break my heart today. Don't break my heart. Today is not the day. Nandini, darling, yeah, but vacuoles can be present in animal kingdom also. Lower animals. So, I'm not writing it. Yeah. So, I have already started, darling. I've already started. So, what is that one tissue which differentiates plants from animals? Come on, answers in the chat box. Anjani, Bab. It is meristematic tissue. It is meristematic tissue which causes, what is the consequence of meristematic tissue? It is indefinite growth. It is indefinite growth. I stop growing in my life, thankfully. But these guys continue to growth. What is that growth known as? Now, are they locomotive? Can they move? No, they cannot move. So, they are non-locomotive. They are non-locomotive people. Everything should vibe with you. Like you guys say, that's the millennial term. Oh, I'm vibing with these. The moment your syllabus starts vibing with you, then life will change. Okay, so stored food is starch. Stored food is starch. What is your stored food? What is yours and mine? These are all differentiating features, na Baba? It is nothing new. It is nothing new that I have shown. Arun, those are tactic movements. Locomotion and movement are different things. Yeah, don't make me teach you zoology now. They're not moving from one position to another position like this. Like how I jumped right now. Glycogen, and they have starch. Share the session with everybody. The basics have started, and let's go to a beautiful number 9. This is important. Maybe this is not in your realization that they show asexual and sexual modes of reproduction with almost equal seriousness. Yeah, in animal kingdom, as we go up, as we go further, it's only sexual mode of reproduction. But in higher plants also, you see extensive vegetative reproduction. Extensive vegetative propagation. Is that clear to everybody? Now, there is one point that is missing, and it is the most important point of plant kingdom. I repeat, the point that I have not written deliberately on the board is actually the basic and the finest tune of today's class. Like I always said, the tune, yeah, anatomy had a tune, morphology had a tune. Today's tune is not written on the board. Who is going to guess that? You didn't have to. I thought there'll be something else on the board. It is alternation of generation. It is alternation of generation. Don't you agree with me? Yeah, the entire plant kingdom is very, if other features are characteristic features, then alternation of generation is the defining feature. Yes or no, everybody? What is alternation of generation? The beauty of botany is everything is in the name itself. Alternation means one after the other. Alternation means one after the other. Okay. Generation means a certain phase in my life. Like we say young generation, old generation. Yeah. It is a certain life phase. So this means in the life of a plant, the phases are alternating with each other. Okay. In your life or my life, there is no such alternation. We have fixed phases. We are moving linearly. We are moving in a single direction. We get old and die. Okay. So now alternation of generation is presence of, let's write it together. Why are we writing the definition of it? Why are we writing? Because we have to go from basics to advanced. So presence of a diploid. What is the name of the diploid phase? Sporophytic. Diploid sporophyte. Presence of diploid sporophyte and haploid. What is the name of the haploid generation? Gametophyte. Gametophyte. One after the other. One after the other. Okay. One after the other with either one. Listen to me carefully. This is not from the textbook. So you listen it now, otherwise you'll miss it. With either one being dominant. Oops, that is the word of today. Dominant. See, you guys have botany terms in every session, na Baba? Today is one word that I'm giving you. You can write it in the comment section afterwards. Dominant generation. Okay? Either one being dominant or both being independent. Or both being independent. Are we together on this? Now let me just dissect it for you. I say that there is presence of sporophyte, diploid. What is diploid? Two sets of chromosomes. We are wise, we know that. Haploid is one set of chromosome. Okay. So sporophyte, gametophyte, sporophyte, gametophyte, sporophyte, gametophyte. They are following each other in a cyclical manner, thereby creating a life cycle. What is a cycle? I come back to where I started from. Okay. But in this course, one thing is sure, that either one is going to be dominant. I at this point don't know who is dominant. Is it sporophyte or is it gametophyte? I don't really care. But that is the final tune. Okay. But in certain cases, both can be independent also. Now when I use the term dominant generation, ladies and gentlemen, what all does it mean? Okay. So this is a common confusion. What is dominant? What is the meaning of a dominant generation? First of all, the longevity. the longevity. That is my number of years that I live for and I function in the life of a plant are going to be more than the other generation. Is that clear? If you want to use the plant term on your body, we are diploid all our lives. All our lives we are 2n, 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 46, 46, 46, 46 chromosomes. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. Just at the time of gamete production, for the egg production and sperm production, very reduced bodies, just gametes here. We only have that haploid phase for the purpose of sexual reproduction. Isn't it? So, longevity in your and my life is of the diploid phase. Okay. Then comes the photosynthesis. The photosynthesis. This generation is going to take the onus responsibility of producing food. If there is one generation that is dominant called as the parent generation, are we together? Depending on whether sporophyte or the diploid phase is dominating or haploid phase is dominating. Yeah, we have two extremes. So the first life cycle is haplontic life cycle. Haplontic life cycle. I know this topic is given in the end of NCERT. If you talk about old NCERT, nobody will cry for old and new NCERT. Life cycles have to be done. Otherwise, this chapter might as well throw it out of the window. Okay. But I do it. I always teach life cycles before I start planting them. You can't do anything about it. That's how I function. So haplontic life cycle simply means, ladies and gentlemen, that gametophyte or the haploid phase will be dominant. Now the way to write life cycles, the way to learn life cycles is to keep writing them. And if you don't want to lose marks, always remember the address. I call it the address of your home. Address means you have to come back here, yaar. Home is home. Okay. So, in haplontic life cycle, the parent, the dominant, longer duration, photosynthetic. I'm not talking about the differentiation of the body. Oh, it's complex, it's not complex. No. Okay. So, gametophyte generation, if it is going to go further, what will be the fate? I can't do meiosis. I am going to have sex organs on the gametophyte itself, and by mitosis we will have the gametes N and N. Do you all agree? What is the fate of gametes here whenever they are formed? They undergo syngamy. Yes, everybody, you should write it with anybody who's teaching you that. I'm not just saying I here. All good? Cool. After syngamy or fusion, don't do that. That is zygote. What do you get? Zygote. Yes, which is 2n. Can I say that I got the first cell of sporophytic generation? Because I promised that 2n is going to be sporophyte. Now, the twist in the story is this guy refuses to form a sporophytic generation. He says, no, not happening. Zygote could go under rest, but it is not going to develop into sporophyte. Now people, the next chapter that I have kept in Game of NEET series, endgame batch that you have to click on the link and register for will have biological classification. Okay? But in Game of NEET, ma'am has kept cell division because I find that your basics are gone for a 6. Still I am saying whenever in life you hear somebody use the term growth, development, differentiation, there is no work, there is no business of meiosis. Is that clear? Okay. So now this zygote is going to undergo meiosis. Meiosis. Are we together? He is going to give you a question where he will plan the entire life cycle. He'll put a blank here. He'll put a blank here. He might put a blank here and ask you, what is A, what is B, what is C. Now, if you mug up the life cycles, no? If you don't know what is happening from where and which is the parent generation or what is the address, then you don't deserve to cry. Okay. So now, meiosis will give rise to spores. I call them meiospores. Okay. What will be the ploidy of the spores, everybody? You can do it. If meiosis has happened in a 2n cell, I'm going to get N. Yes or no? Yes or no? And these spores are going to go back home. It is all about going back home, and I get the gametophyte. Simple. Very simple. Now what are the questions that he is going to make from this very haplontic life cycle? Yeah. So let's write the important points. He will ask, now this is not a common question, it is advanced. We have seen the basic. Zygotic meiosis is seen in which life cycle or which of the following plants? Okay. So in the life cycle from today onwards, I don't want you to sit and learn where mitosis happened, but I want you to make a note where meiosis happened, because meiosis is an event related happening. Meiosis doesn't happen every day. It's a reductional division. Okay, it is a division that God made for reproduction. So zygotic meiosis is seen in haplontic life cycle, and if he is asking the organism in which this is happening, then you will write the examples. Almost all the algae, with a few exceptions that I am going to give you, experience haplontic life cycle. So write the name of algae, Chlamydomonas. These are the examples that should be very, very familiar. This should be like the pet names. My Scooby, my Catty, my Sweetie, my Shona, all of that should change into keep naming people, keep naming pets. That is the only way you do examples. With me, when you're studying here or there or this batch or that batch, I am not going to give you mnemonics and songs. I am very against it. Okay, so you learn from yourself. So Chlamydomonas, one of the commonest examples. Volvox, Spirogyra. Okay, so the other extreme of this life cycle, boys and girls, will be, what will be the other extreme? You can use your common sense, na? You don't have to mug it up. Nobody should be teaching you that. If you make Sporophyte as the boss here and follow the rules of mitosis and meiosis, let me show you how easy it is. We'll do diplontic life cycle now. Diplontic life cycle. So, whenever you are studying plant kingdom from me or somebody else on Earth, on Mars, on Pluto, never jump directly to algae. I know that is the way it is given in textbook, but nothing is going to make sense to you if you don't keep your basics right. Diplontic life cycle is going to have Sporophyte as the address of my home. Yes, I start from here. I leave home. I am a diploid organism. Okay, I'm excited now to undergo meiosis. So Sporophyte will have these sex organs. So meiosis, or you can call it gametogenesis on sex organs. The sex organs are diploid here. Okay, and I get the spores. In this case, in diplontic life cycle, they directly start acting like gametes. Okay, N, because meiosis has happened. Yeah. Now, these gametes are going to fuse together and form what? Answers in the chat box, everybody. If you write here, you're going to get it there. Where? In the exam. So, you got the first cell to go back home. Now, this zygote is going to develop into the sporophytic generation. Look at this. The zygote is going to develop into sporophytic generation by mitosis. This is actually the diplontic life cycle. Look at the occurrence of haplontic phase. It is just at the level of gametes. Very, very reduced. Hardly anything, nothing. Okay, so this is seen where? Answers in the chat box. You guys are wise enough. I know you. The higher plants today. And if you don't remember the examples, just remember your own body. If you are the most advanced organism in animal kingdom, who is most advanced in plant kingdom? Angiosperms. Okay, so angio and gymnosperms. And gymnosperms show diplontic life cycle. Are we together in life? Are we together on this? Now, here itself, I am going to trouble you with other examples. Who is going to be my darling today and tell me the example of any algae which shows diplontic life cycle? I love this question. This always puts, on a bad day also, this question puts a smile on my face. Tathastu, this question should come for you. Might as well learn this. Fucus, very good. Then, who else shows this? Along with fucus, who else will show this? Volvox. Volvox. You take one green and one brown. Yeah? Very good. You guys are amazing. Almost all kelps tend to show this. If you don't know what kelps are, don't worry. That's why I am here. Next, what will happen is, we are going to see a negotiation. Okay? So, that is called as the real alternation of generation. Haplodiplontic. Haplodiplontic. Haplodiplontic life cycle. So, now as the name suggests, I am going to have haploid and diploid phases together. Yes? Can we have that? In this case, either your address can be gametophyte or it can be sporophyte. It is up to you. So, I am going to take gametophyte. You can take sporophyte as well. And guys, in today's session, there are certain things I repeat in every session, like a stuck cassette, like a broken CD. Dee-dee-ding, 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 like, you know, the xylem in last class, or in morphology, there were a lot of things. Today, it is all going to be life cycle every 15 minutes at least. Okay, so be prepared for that. Now, haplodiplontic, I am going to take gametophyte as the address. What is gametophyte going to do? It has the sex organs, mitosis, gametogenesis. Gametogenesis. Yeah, gametes come into existence. Okay, they undergo syngamy. They undergo syngamy. Okay, I get zygote, which is 2n. Okay, zygote is going to give me sporophyte. Actually, gametes, zygote, this need not be mentioned. Gametes will form zygote. Zygote will develop into sporophyte. So, something has happened here. Do you see that in haplontic life cycle, zygote did not form a sporophyte, but in haplodiplontic life cycle, there is a calmness. The zygote says, I am going to take my time, I am going to develop into a beautiful, full-fledged sporophyte. That is why in the name itself, you have a acknowledgement, a recognition of both haploid and diploid phases, isn't it? Now, this sporophyte is going to take its time, and undergo meiosis. Undergo meiosis. I am 2n. I can afford to undergo meiosis. I am going to form spores, meiospores, n and n. Okay, and what will n and n do? They will develop into gametophyte. Where is the, acha, if I ask you that in haplontic life cycle we had zygotic meiosis, right? Where, what kind of meiosis is happening here? What kind of meiosis is happening here? Just look at the place where meiosis is happening, and there you know, and you name it as sporic meiosis. Sporic meiosis. So, sometimes, you know, if he wants to make the paper tricky or the AIIMS level, they do that. Instead of asking you just the examples, where is sporic meiosis happening? And more often than not, they will, like I said earlier, they will skip one of the stages, and they will tell you to name the stage. Classic examples, bryophytes and pteridophytes. Do you see that 2n and n are pretty much equal. Do you see that? They're pretty much equal. Yeah, can you make out? N, 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 2n, 2n, 2n. With me everybody. Makes sense to everybody. Pteridophytes. Now, who is going to steal the show today and give me examples of algae which show haplodiplontic life cycle? Oh. Rohit, beta, class duration is going to be very less today. Maybe it will end the very next moment. Kind of. Huh? Very good. You guys are so amazing, man. So amazing. It is ectocarpus. Ectocarpus. I am not going to trouble you with asking is it a brown algae or a red algae. But if you want to answer, be my guest. Okay. Ectocarpus, dictyota as well. Dictyota as well. Okay. Polysiphonia as well. Polysiphonia as well. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Now let's move on to, let's move on to Resolve 2024. Yeah. 2024 hopefully should be better than 2023. Better means all of us evolve together to greater things, good things, and for that Unacademy understands the process of evolution. Earlier, I think in the unlock we had 20% off, right? Yeah. So if you are looking for a iconic or plus subscription and you want to explore the app like anything, then you can use the code PM1 live. PM1 live, looking like a wow. Yeah, you can write there, okay, and just make merry, be happy. Yeah, go do everything you want to on the app, explore everything, because you have for 2025 also. If anybody who is preparing for 2025, NEET 2025, yeah, and NEET 2024, what do you get? You get free 2 months. Free 2 months. और क्या चाहिए life में? So you 2025 the duration was 12 months earlier. Now you get free 6 months. Do you understand how great that is? What do you have to do for great things in life? What do you have to do for great things? Just paste PM1 live on your fridge, on your mirror, on your windows, and keep using the code to explore everything that is there in Unacademy. Man, okay, now people, congratulations, should we celebrate? Yeah, if I were you, if I was in front of you in a classroom, we would have celebrated it. That alternation of generation is one of the topics that troubles everybody. I hope you've understood it. It's very easy and I'm going to repeat it every 15 minutes so that it is studied, it is cemented in your brain like never before. Cool people. So let's classify plant kingdom. So masses, people have stopped classifying plant kingdom. We will classify because I love classifications. And why do I love classifications? Because examiner loves classifications. Okay. So now we are going to divide plantae into two sub kingdoms. The classification that I am giving you is a mix of lot of classifications in order to solve MCQs. I'll tell you the mixture that I have made, the concoction. It is Ishler's classification. There were many classifications given by people, Engler and Prentill, Bentham and Hooker, Ishler, whatnot. But what we are going to do for our benefit is going to create a mix of Ishler's classification and modern phylogenetic classification. And in that, I'm going to add a little bit of seasoning. What do you think? Yeah, add a little bit of the seasoning. Some rosemary, some oregano, some, how you do that to make food tasty, of certain terms which are often used by examiner to frame MCQs. Okay, so we'll put the seasoning later on. Let's do the basic classification. The first one is based on the visibility of sex organs. Didn't I say that a while ago? That, you know, R.H. Whitaker or any person who's classifying organisms is somehow focusing on reproduction because the organism tends to evolve at the level of reproduction. Mark my words when you study animal kingdom also. So first is cryptogamy. Cryptogamy. What is the word crypto means? It just keeps coming on WhatsApp also. Everything is cryptic these days if you ask me. Yeah, so hidden sex organs. Hidden sex organs. Right people? Yeah. So cryptogamy sees 3 plant groups. That is Thallophyta. The 3 divisions if you ask me. The 3 divisions if you ask me. Then comes the Bryophyta. The Bryophyta. You've heard about these guys like so much. And Pteridophyta. And Pteridophyta. Phyta is plant, isn't it? Then comes the advanced group which is Phanerogamy. Phanerogamy. Okay, what is phanerogamy? Visible sex organs. Visible sex organs. I have the division. I have only one division in phanerogams. I am giving you the easiest classification on the planet. That is spermatophytes. 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 Why am I repeating it? If you repeat, the hypothalamus registers it. Okay. So sperma in case of plants means seeds. Okay. So these are seed producing plants. Seed producing plants. And under that, what do I have? I don't need to tell you, such wise kids are there in the class. Come on people, classify. If you are here to study, you're just going to talk sense. Alright, so that is, I forgot. See, I forgot, you need to help me. Gymnosperms. Gymnosperms. Ma'am forgets, ma'am is very forgetful. And angiosperms. Angiosperms. Although, if I am in my grave one day, I could be talking about the structure of dicot stem and monocot stem with no hesitation. Alright people, so this is simple. I will only move to the next step if you tell me this is done. This is done. Okay, now what we're going to do is, under Thallophyta, we have none other than the algae. None other than the algae. Okay, and in algae we have 3 classes. The 3 classes of algae in the chat box, ladies and gentlemen. That is Chlorophyceae, Phaeophyceae and Rhodophyceae. Do you know, I've travelled some 100+ kilometers today morning at 5 AM just to make sure that this class happens. So make sure it happens. And tomorrow morning I have to travel back those many kilometers. Yeah, because I could not take this class. And under Bryophyta, who do we have? We have, I'm forgetting it here, again I'm forgetting it, Hepaticopsida. We have Anthoceropsida. And we have Bryopsida. If you are thinking that, ma'am, do we have to do it? It is not in NCERT. Yes, you have to do it. Then comes Pteridophytes. Come on people. What is the classification of Pteridophytes? It's given in NCERT. Psilopsida, Lycopsida, Sphenopsida, and Pteropsida. Gymnosperms. What about gymnosperms? Answers in the chat box, everybody. There is Cycadophyta. There is Coniferophyta. There is Ginkgophyta. And there is Neetophyta. Now, please don't cry with, ma'am, Cycadales is given, ma'am, Coniferales, ma'am, Ginkales. You understand, right? That is the order. It is okay. We are talking about the same thing. In angiosperms, there is some respite. There is only dicots and monocots. We just have dicots and monocots. Cool hai? This is good. That is the classification. Of course, there is issue of spacing when I am writing it, but when you are writing it, kindly make your notebook in the landscape mode. Yeah? You know landscape mode like nobody else. Portrait mode, landscape mode. So that you have a cleaner version. Yeah? Cool? Excuse me for the spacing issue that happens with me all the time. Can I start with algae? Do I have the permission now? Should we start with algae? Yeah. Let me do the sandwich work here. Now, boys and girls, I'm going to ask you. Can I call these three, Pteridophyta, Gymnosperms and angiosperms as tracheophytes? If you know what tracheophytes are, trachea means conduction. You have a trachea in your body also. So, these three plants will have vascular tissues vis-a-vis Pteridophyta, Gymnosperms, angiosperms. So, they are called as tracheophytes. These two, Algae and Bryophyta, are called as atracheophytes. Okay. So, these two are atracheophytes. A means absence. Are we together? Now, only Thallophyta is called as non-embryophyte. Non-embryophyte, because algae has no embryo in the body. You saw in Haplodiplontic life cycle how zygote was directly going back, directly going to the final generation. There was not even sporophyte formation. So, zygote does not develop into embryo. Rest all the plants, bryo, pterido, yeah, starting from here, you have the embryophytes. These are all embryophytes. Okay, I want you to write these terms. Yeah. Rest everything is sorted. You should know the term spermatophyte very, very nicely. So, spermatophyte, tracheophyte, atracheophyte, non-embryophyte and embryophyte should be on your tips to go further into the chapter. Is it clear? So, now let's talk about algae. Okay, I'll use another color. Promise. Anything else? Now what we are going to do is we are going to start from basics. We saw what algae is quite categorically, isn't it? So, can I say that they are chlorophyll containing thalloid plants. What is a thalloid plant? It is an undifferentiated plant. Undifferentiated plant. What is an undifferentiated plant? Come on. So, we go from one point, we derive the second point from the first point itself rather than mugging them up separately and being sad about it. So, undifferentiated means no. No means no. Root, stem and leaf. Okay, ma'am, if you say so. Also, I just said that they are atracheophytes. So, no means no vascular tissue. No means no vascular tissue. Now people, how can we just talk about anatomy and morphology? We need to speak about the, very good, I can see all your messages. I have 4 eyes somehow. There is absence of, we have to talk about reproduction, absence of, we just said embryo stage. This is the only plant where embryo is not formed. Also, sex organs are unicellular and naked. What is a naked sex organ? Which is not protected by a sterile layer of cells, also called as non-jacketed organs. Non-jacketed organs. Okay? And they are called as, there is a fancy term for that called as gametangia. Gametangia. So, algae specifically has gametangia. Good. Now, for a while, I want you to look at what is present in terms of images on the board. There is this organism, I am not even naming it. I don't believe in going to the advanced without the basics. Oh wow, it's quite a branch structure. Look at this one. Oh, several cells living together, sort of forming a colony. And this one looks like a thread. Yeah? So what I'm trying to tell you through these images is what NCERT tries to tell you. I am just voicing NCERT out. Please don't blame me for giving any extra information later on. Algae sees very diverse body forms. I repeat, in the course of evolution, whether it is animal kingdom, plant kingdom, the lower the organism is placed in the hierarchy of classification, you will see always, think about monerins, Baba. I'm just trying to invigorate, I'm just trying to awaken your common sense. Yeah, so that you take it out from the freezer, use it, melt it a little bit, taste the flavor. Monerins have the most diverse nutrition, most diverse habitat. Similarly, in plant kingdom, algae will show you very diverse body forms, starting from a unicellular organism to a 100-meter kelp, or a filament, or a colony, and whatnot. And also, it will show you diverse habitats, although, there is a although. The next point in the course is that they are primarily aquatic. Primarily aquatic. Everything, you just studied evolution, no Baba, last week or something. Everything is arising in water, yeah. Every form of life tends to first taste the water, then goes on the land. Okay, so this is also primarily aquatic, but found on moist terrestrial habitats. Okay, so if there is a sloth bear and he is doing nothing in life, he is just lying in the forest and the forest has a lot of rain, the algae will grow on its body. Yeah, so most diverse habitat. It can be present on an animal, it can be present inside an animal, it can be present with lichen and whatnot. Yeah, for example, lichens or a moist wall on sloth bear, etc. Now, if I am aquatic, if I am living in water, seas, oceans, ponds, lakes, I have to take care of myself from the water currents, because water currents are going to push me anywhere, right? And I have to take care of my body from the smaller organisms like bacteria, the fungus, all these guys growing on my body. So I am covered by mucilage. Mucilage covering prevents epiphytic growth epiphytic growth. And this is a previous year question, ladies and gentlemen. Don't tell me later on. Desiccation. What is desiccation? Desiccation means drying up. So let's say I am the algae. Water current comes, a strong water current, a strong tide, and it pushes me to the shore. And then suddenly I'm somewhere I don't know. So in that case, the desiccation doesn't happen because algae has mucilage. What is epiphytic growth? Be wise enough to understand by now. What is epiphytic growth? Bacteria growing on the algae. Is everybody clear? Vachan, your name is very good, yaar. Vachan is a very good name. Can you share the class? Since you have such a sweet name, I have a firm belief that the name of the person speaks about the person. Is that clear to everybody? Now let's talk about the real business that this lady is doing. That is, algae are doing half of the photosynthesis on this planet. So what are the photosynthetic pigments? Photosynthetic pigments. Now, chlorophyll A is called a universal pigment for a reason. It is not restricted to higher plants. It is present in algae. In all kinds of algae, chlorophyll A is the constant. And there are other types of chlorophylls also, B and C and D. Okay. Then xanthophylls, carotenoids, carotenes I am going to write. Why didn't I write carotenoid? Why did I just change my mind? Only the wisest can tell me this. I was about to write carotenoids. So, in the end game class, when I take up photosynthesis, in the end game crash course, where you have to register right now, the link is given in the description box. I am going to clear doubts like this because this is like the seasoning I was telling you, right? It is a little out of syllabus. It's not given in the textbook, but it eases out your question solving in the exam. Otherwise, the chances of going for negative marking increase manifolds when you don't know what is the difference between carotenoid and carotenes. What is the difference between phycoerythrin, phycocyanin, phycobilins? So it's not only nobody cleared NEET exam by just mugging up. Xanthophil is xanthophil. It is yellowish, brownish in color. Carotenes are orange in color. Chlorophyll A, chlorophyll B. No. You need to know what are water soluble, what are fat soluble pigments. Okay. So, and why cyanobacteria and red algae have similar pigments. Cool. So, we'll do that in the batch when I give you the handwritten notes. If you have not joined the batch, you should. Let me know if you would. So, these are the photosynthetic pigments found in the algae. Also, you will find phycobilins. You will find phycobilins. Now it is written in the textbook. Phycobilins is written in the textbook. Then I get questions, and a usual student would ask the question, ma'am, why didn't you write phycoerythrin? Phycobilin is not present in any algae. We don't see it. Okay. So that is the difference between a person who will be in endgame batch and a person who is not in endgame batch. Okay. Then comes the reproduction. The final point, the most important point is the reproduction. It shows vegetative reproduction. Thank you, ma'am. It shows asexual reproduction. Thank you, ma'am. It shows sexual reproduction. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So, vegetative reproduction, we are blessed that algae has made it very simple. Only fragmentation is present. Only fragmentation. Fragmentation is simply cut it into individual parts. Each part grows into another organism. On any given day, a Monday and a Tuesday, when everything is fine, algae would always choose fragmentation because it is less expensive for her. The moment she decides to disperse herself, she decides that, you know, I want to spread on this, in this area, she will use spores, people. I have always told my students that spore is a propagative or a dispersive entity that an organism, any organism produces it. Number one, for protection. Number two, for dispersal. These are basics of biology. It has got nothing to do with only algae or only fungus. Monorins, since monorins we are seeing spores here. Why would the organism produce spores? You should know the why of it. When you understand the why of it, things change for you. So I want to protect myself from the outside conditions. I'm going to stay in a wall. Okay. The commonest spore is zoospore. It is zoospore. There are other spores also which I am going to be talking about in green algae. Okay. Sexual mode of reproduction. It is going to show three methods: isogamy, anisogamy, and oogamy. What are the three methods? Repeat in the chat box. And I should have them with me. There we go. Yeah. So let's look at this, whatever is happening on the board, and understand the sexual reproduction in algae. Ready, people? So this is the first scenario. What do you see? Whatever you see is happening. The size is exactly the same and there are no flagella on this algae. So when they look absolutely identical, this is called as isogamy. Iso means same. Yeah, when I say same, you consider two scenarios: the morphology, that is the structure. By now you should know what morphology means, and physiology. What is physiology in this case? It is the behavior. What behavior are we talking about? Happy and sad? No, we are talking about motility. We are talking about mainly motility of the gametes. Because in lower organisms, it is, I don't have the choice of pollination in lower plants. Do I? No, there is no pollination. So motility is a very, very important aspect in lower plants. Okay. So the first case that you see is same size and non-motile. Same size and non-motile. Classic example, I am just sticking to NCERT, Spirogyra. The other scenario, second scenario can be same size and both are motile. Both will dance to each other during fusion. And classic example of that is Eulothrix. Please make sure that you know these examples. Second scenario. Look at the second scenario. The size is different. This is called as anisogamy. This is seen in Eudorrhina. That is given in NCERT. I am going to add one more example. Chlamydomonas. Now people, although here you see the scenario that the size is unequal, the second variation can also be possible. That maybe the size is equal, but the behavior is different. What is the behavior? Motility is different. One is motile, the other is immotile. And then we come to the most advanced sexual reproduction, like we know. Okay, and this is oogamy. Yeah, the most advanced. This is what is happening, no? That there is a larger immotile. Who's the larger immotile? Answers in the chat box. Ma'am, I want to study all. I forgot to get water. How can I forget to get water? I get messages before the class, ma'am, get water. So sweet of some of you. Ma'am, I want to study all night today for my biology pre-boards tomorrow. How to avoid SLE? How to avoid SLE? Whenever you feel SLE, activate your vagus nerve. How do you activate it? Where do you live? Yeah, if you're living in 0 degree and you stand below a cold shower and it's 0 degree outside, trust me, you're not getting sleep after that for some time. And then again, if you get sleep, then slap yourself. Oh, trust me, because it's a lot of nerve endings here. I'm not kidding. Okay, fine, don't slap yourself. Pull your ears, lot of nerve endings here. That's some of the things that I have tried. I don't know much about it. Cool hai? All good? Everything is good? I should not come to the chat box for sure. I should not come to the chat box. Okay, so larger immotile female gamete. See, I was looking for the answer and you guys trapped me into these mundane things. I'm thinking I should have a session on the platform for Ask Me Anything, because you have so many doubts of life. Ma'am, how to change the weather? We don't like the weather today. How to change this? How to change that? And there is a smaller motile gamete. The motile one is always the male. The motile one is always the male will be flagellated. Male will travel to the female. This is called oogamy. Quickly give me examples of oogamy. Be my darlings, give me example of oogamy. Fast. In algae, fucus, volvox. We discussed this. Fucus and volvox will show oogamy. Next. So today I want to tell you something very, very important. If you want to score good marks in questions of algae, make sure that you do this table. Every year a question is asked from this table. Okay. Now can you see the classification of algae here? The divisions of algae. This was done by F.E. Fritsch. F.E. Fritsch. I think that's the spelling of his name. Fritsch. Yeah, this is it. He's the father of algology, phycology, I think. Okay. So look at the characteristics which are considered in classification of algae. In previous year AIIMS question, there was once a question as true and false, that the classification of algae into the 3 domains is done only on the basis of pigments which are present. The chlorophyll pigments which are present. Guys, if you pay attention on the chat box, you're going in no direction. Okay, it's not real. So what you have to understand is, always understand that the characters which are taken into account is not just the pigments. Like Whitaker, you will also focus on other pigments like stored food, cell wall, motility and also the habitat. So please don't get trapped into what you see. Don't do that mistake, I'm telling you. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. There lies more. So chlorophyll is not, algae is not classified just on the basis of you see green algae, you see red algae, you see brown algae. It is based on this. We'll do the table after we are done with the individual classes of algae. Let's look at the life cycle. Your NCERT says that it is haplontic life cycle. This is the life cycle we drew in the beginning of the class, right? You see gametophytic phase is the major phase. That is haploid phase. The sporophytic phase is just the zygote. Gosh. I think we need to block people from... I am not blushing. Who said I'm blushing? The AC is not working. Oh my God. So guys, the zygote is the only diploid phase in the life cycle of a plant. Let's read it. Sporophytic generation is represented only by the one-celled zygote. Question number 1. There are no free-living sporophytes. Question number 2. Question number 2. Ayana, darling, do you really think? Laharika, come on guys, support me. Say it already. Ma'am is not blushing. Ma'am is teaching us. Oh God. There are no free-living sporophytes. Meiosis in the zygote results in the formation of haploid spores. Do you all agree? The haploid spores divide mitotically. The haploid spores divide mitotically, okay, and form the gametophyte. The dominant photosynthetic phase, do you see that? I told you at approximately 5:35 p.m. that dominant phase means that I am going to perform photosynthesis. I am going to take care of the food part. So dominant photosynthetic phase in such plants is the free living gametophyte. Mind you people, gametophyte is the free living phase, okay. This kind of life cycle is termed as haplontic. So when I say something is dominant, it is also independent. So you can add one more point. If I am the dominant parent, dominant generation, I am going to be free living, I am going to be photosynthetic, and I am going to be present for a longer time in the life of the plant. Many algae such as volvox, Spirogyra and some species of Chlamydomonas represent this pattern. Come on, solve this question everybody. If you want me to leave the class, I can leave anyways. You don't have to write such messages in my chat box. Answers please. Life cycles of Ectocarpus and Fucus, boys and girls. Yeah, don't make me leave the class because I will. If you guys do all this, no? I'm going to leave the class here. Jokes are jokes, but don't do all this. Yeah, jokes are jokes. That's okay. Thank you very much. So we saw it that Ectocarpus shows diplontic life cycle and Ectocarpus shows Haplodiplontic life cycle. We wrote it together. I hope we did. And Fucus shows diplontic life cycle. Let's start with Chlorophyceae people. Are you ready? Learn all the classes of even bryophytes or algae in this order. That is why I have written the order. You start from habitat, Chlorophyceae or green algae. Most diverse form of algae. You guys talk in the chat box. All this rubbish that you're typing, you type it, I'll keep writing. Most diverse and closest to higher plants. Now this point has been asked in MCQs number of times, why Chlorophyceae are considered as closest cousins of higher plants. We'll see it in a while. So first of all, the habitat is fresh water mainly. Okay, green algae are present in fresh water. What you see in swimming pools and ponds is actually green algae. Talking about the body forms, everybody. The body form is most diverse. The most diverse body form. You will also find unicellular algae here. Give me one example of unicellular algae. Chlamydomonas. Now what you see here is the example that I was giving you, green algae growing on sloth bear. Okay, so this is called as epizoic habitat. When algae grows on an animal, it is called epizoic. This algae that grows on sloth bears are cute actually, is trichophilous. Okay, then there is zoochlorella on molluscan shell. Algae can grow in snow as well. Okay, so habitat also most diverse. Habitat is also most diverse. Then this is unicellular motile algae. Body forms of green algae. This is a little outside NCERT, but I am going to write it. If you want to learn, you will learn. Unicellular motile algae. If you know the example, I would appreciate that you write it in the chat box. Unicellular non-motile filamentous non-motile colonial motile colonial non-motile. These are the various body forms of green algae that you need to write. These examples have been asked in the past. I would suggest that you write the examples. Chlamydomonas, chlorella. Now one might ask why unicellular algae are placed here but not in Protista. That is still a paradox. There are several botanists, scientists fighting over it, but I personally believe that you cannot just take one factor of cellularity and place them in Protista. Yeah, their physiology and other structures are very deserving to be placed in algae. Filamentous motile. Any examples? Filamentous motile algae. Eulothrix. Filamentous non-motile algae is Pyrogyra. This is a previous year question. Colonial motile algae is Volvox. Colonial non-motile is Hydrodictyon. In the sleep, these examples should be on your tapes. Okay, now this question is also a previous year question and it might be asked. I said about this in the special class yesterday. NCERT says it categorically that only green algae is abundantly found in freshwater habitat but can be present in marine and brackish habitats also. Who will tell me what is a brackish habitat? Around this point you guys were disturbing me in the class. Brackish is a very salty water. It is when oceans, okay, the fresh water and the salty water meets. So wherever it meets, the salt content is more concentrated. Is that clear? So body form is most diverse in green algae. Next point everybody, what about the cell wall? Now the cell wall is inner layer made up of cellulose and outer layer is pectose. Please don't reverse it. It is very, very important. Whatever deposition will happen on cellulose. Cellulosic cell wall is a characteristic feature of plant kingdom. Don't break the rules. Now boys and girls, remember when I started this and you guys were disturbing me, I am going to take a test of that. No worries. Why they are closest to higher plants? We had to find the reason. One of the reasons is this. Reason 1. Because their cell wall is like the higher plants. Photosynthetic pigments. What are the photosynthetic pigments? Answers in the chat box. Chlorophyll A remains the constant. Chlorophyll A remains the constant. Along with it, chlorophyll B. You will also find xanthophylls and phycobilins. No, that's not right. No phycobilins. You will find carotenes. Okay. Don't you think this is also like higher plants? This is exactly what higher plants have, what angiosperms have from the chapter of photosynthesis. Exactly this. So this is reason number 2. Reason number 2. Why green algae are the closest members. What you see on my left or your right is Spirogyra. This is filamentous Spirogyra. And this is actually volvox. Happy? Now comes chloroplast. Kindly write this in your NCERT. It is definitely a probable question for NEET 2024. Don't cry later on. Most diverse shape of chloroplast is seen in green algae. Green algae is the most advanced form of algae. Okay, I'm going to be talking about the different forms of chloroplasts in a while, but one of the characteristic feature of chloroplast of green algae, special feature, who will tell me in the chat box? Chat box. Pyrenoid bodies. The question that the examiner loves to ask, what are pyrenoid bodies made up of? Pyrenoid bodies are made up of a central protein and a starch sheath. This is starch, this is protein. Earlier it was thought that it is only protein. That is wrong, or only starch. It is starch and protein. Kindly make a note of it in your NCERT as well. Pyrenoid bodies are not present in other classes of algae. Please. It is a feature of chlorophyceae. Okay. What is the food reserve of chlorophyceae? Come on people. It is starch. Starch. When we started the class at 5:00 p.m. and I reached around 5:10 p.m. I was writing what are plants. And what did we write as the stored food? Starch. You guys told me when you guys were disciplined and nice in the chat box. So this is the third reason. Why they are members closest to the higher plants. Anand, go ahead, bache. Are you referring to this or you have another point? You have a fourth point for me? Thank you for joining the chat box. It was quite bad. Thank you, Sausi. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but you're very charming. But you know what? You and I are not friends from today for what you wrote in the chat box. I'm going to be not happy for it for some time. Please don't write that for your teachers, huh? Whatever any sir or ma'am says is in a very joking manner. In my classes, I expect a lot of decorum. Okay? Anywho. Now, this is one of my favorite questions, and it is my favorite because it is given in NCERT. People don't just realize it. What do you see here? You see a cup-shaped structure. Okay? This is cup-shaped chloroplast. What is the example? Chlamydomonas. Okay? This is discoid. Now, who will give me? Anand, can you tell me what is the example of discoid chloroplast. Disc is this, discoid is this. It is most plants, not only algae, most of the plants will have discoid chloroplast. This is C-shape. What is C-shaped chloroplast? Something like this. It is also called as the girdle-shaped chloroplast. Girdle or collar-shaped chloroplast. Okay, and it is seen in, classic example is Eulothrix. This has come in the previous year questions. Tomorrow you have your special class based on all the previous year questions of plant kingdom. I don't know from where I am going to take that class, wherever my suitcase takes me. So the link is given in the description box of this session. Kindly click on that link and make sure that you are a part of that special class and you can solve questions like this. Stellate is star shape. Do you see the star? Yeah, this is seen in Zygnema. I know it's not very commonly asked, but it has been asked. I have not added anything out of imagination. This is spiral, Baba. Do you see the spiral structure? This can be asked. Classic example is Spirogyra. What is reticulum? Reticulum word is a biology term which means network, a fishnet pattern. This is seen in, I think, Edogonium. Edogonium. Correct me if I am wrong. Yeah, Edogonium should be it. Oh, it's right. Okay, great. Reproduction, people. Reproduction is very, very important. Tell me, what will be the vegetative reproduction on any given day? Algae would choose to go for fragmentation, right? And then comes the spores, asexual spores. Now, the ones which are mentioned in NCERT are zoospores. They are the most common spores if asked as a question. From the very simple basic idea of zoospores, they are biflagellated. Uniflagellated is also possible. Let's write motile, naked endospores. What are endospores? They are produced in a covering. But when they are out and dispersed, they don't have a covering. That means they can only survive favorable conditions. That means that if unfavorable conditions are there, these spores won't serve the purpose. They're very good for dispersal. So when algae decides that I want to separate two distant locations, she uses zoospores. But let's say the conditions are unfavorable. Then comes the aplanospores. Aplanospores. Aplanospores are thin-walled, immotile, okay. So both are immotile spores. If the paper is a little of advanced level, AIIMS level, they can definitely ask about aplanospores, hypnospores. There are other spores also. There are AIIMS, there is palmilla stage, yeah. But at least basics you should do. And if the condition is very unfavorable, let's say there is absolute absence of water and nutrients, then I will have thick-walled immotile spores. ठीक बात है? No problem. Yes, palmilla stage used to be such a common question, I tell you. Years back, it was one of the most important questions here. If you don't want to know, I would skip it. But in endgame batch, I am going to do a little bit of, like I said, it is like to add that masala in the food to make it more tasty. Yeah? A little bit of seasoning works really, really well. Palmilla stage is seen in Chlamydomonas. I am just going to leave it at that. classic example is Chlamydomonas, and that is when there are toxic chemicals outside the algae. Yeah? Do tell it? Okay. So, what do you see here? You have the Chlamydomonas colonies now. Do you see that? Do you see that? So, Chlamydomonas loses the flagella, and guards herself, hides, sort of hibernates in a mucilaginous sheath. Many colonies will come together, and that is called as the temporary palmilla stage. Yeah, I am not listening to you guys here. I am not listening much to you today. You want me to repeat once again? Palmilla stage is seen in Chlamydomonas. Chlamydomonas will lose its motility and will form colonies covered by mucilaginous sheaths when there is toxicity outside. Okay, we'll write all this in detail in the endgame batch here. I'll give you all the extra points. We will definitely go 10%, 15% more than the textbook, a little outside the syllabus. It's an intense crash course, I'm telling you. It's not for the weak-hearted. Let me know in the comment section if you have registered for the endgame batch, because the clock is ticking. It is going to start on 2nd of January with the Happy New Year wishes. I'm not talking to you guys. Okay, special points. What are the special points? One of my favorite points is that colony of volvox is called synobium. So, individual cells in the colony roll, okay, with the help of the flagella, isn't it? And it is a motile colony. So, when they all move, the entire algae looks like rolling, also called as the rolling alga. Then in green algae, one of the most important points is that 50% of carbon dioxide on Earth is fixed by green algae. Rest has been done with the help of terrestrial plants, because terrestrial plants face a lot of challenges in terms of photosynthesis. She can do it rather easily. What is carbon dioxide fixation? It is actually photosynthesis. I could have written photosynthesis directly and made my life simple, but this is exactly the line of NCERT. Then comes edible algae. Chlorella is eaten by space travelers. Not only space travelers, you get chlorella tablets anywhere these days, but don't take them. They're not good for your health, what you get in India, except a few brands. Okay, so chlorella is eaten by space travelers and taken for oxygen to the space. So chlorella is quite a wonder drug for space travelers. You know why? Because chlorella body is rich in proteins. It is especially for proteins. And they think we are getting nutrition also in the space, plus they keep chlorella for oxygen evolution also. Guys, if you enroll for the batch, this prize you will get only if you use the code PM1 live. PM1 live, looking like a wow. I love my code here. Such a cute looking code. Don't you think so? One more thing I would like to tell you. You tell me, Anand, I'm expecting an answer from you. You're my favorite. who is known as pond scum. You know, usually when you go to unclean ponds and swimming pools, you get a slippery, slimy surface. Tell me, fast, 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 before we move further. It is. Then comes the brown algae. You will find this girl only in oceans. Only in oceans. Nobody has told it till now. Very good. Mostly marine. Mostly marine. Body form. No unicellular forms are present. No unicellular brown algae. Okay, all are multicellular. Is that clear? Now, they can be filamentous, branched, like ectocarpus, or they can become huge kelps. Largest algae are brown algae, people. The size of largest kelp is 100 meter. Who is the largest kelp? Macrocystus. Previous year question. Macrocystus. Macrocystus. Other kelps are Fucus, Sargassum. These are all kelps. Now, brown algae characteristic feature. Ooh, question. Is differentiation of the body. Let me tell you one thing, one or the other member of a group will show you what is going to happen next. That is evolution. That is evolution. Since bryophytes are the next group who have root-like, stem-like, leaf-like structures, a little bit more differentiated body, brown algae signals towards that. That is how evolution works. So the body is divided into holdfast, stipe and frond. Okay, so let me show you how it looks like. I should have something to show. Show. Why is it not there? There we go. Have a look. See? Do you see? This is from your NCERT. I didn't make it up. So, holdfast, stipe and the frond. So, more often than not they ask what is the photosynthetic part. It will be frond. It is leaf. It is akin to leaf. Good. Let's go back. These are all NCERT images. And yeah. What about the cell wall? Very interesting, very important question. What will be the inner layer? What will be the inner layer? What will be the inner layer? Come on guys, you guys have to answer. The admit card is going to have your name, not my name. How much ever you, thank you. It will be inner layer of cellulose, outer layer of algin. What is algin? Chemically, it is a non-sulfated mucopolysaccharide. You guys know a lot of chemistry apparently. Mucopolysaccharide, okay? It is a hydrocolloid and sort of retains water. Algin is very, very popular as a dental material. You've seen old people with the dentures? Yeah? The pink part which forms their jaws, the maxilla and the mandible. Yeah, they wear it, right? Maxilla and the mandible. That pink part is algin. There's a lot of alginate powder that you will see in any dental clinic or dental lab. Lot of things happen over alginate. Very good hydrocolloid. Very good. Okay. Next, photosynthetic pigments, very important point again. What are the photosynthetic, which is the constant photosynthetic pigment? Everybody, chlorophyll A is a constant. Yes. Then comes chlorophyll C, and that is why I teach algae in this sequence. Chlorophyce has chlorophyll A along with chlorophyll B. Phaeophyce has chlorophyll A along with chlorophyll C. Rhodophyce has chlorophyll A along with chlorophyll D. B, C, D. Yeah. So that is how you remember. Chlorophyce B, Phaeophyce C, Rhodophyce D. B, C, D. A remains constant. But then, instead of having A and C, why does she look brown in color? Because she has xanthophyll in abundance. So most abundant is xanthophyll. Which xanthophyll is the question he is going to ask. Would you cry over that? If you cry, well, what can we do about it? Fucoxanthin makes it brown in color. And that is why you have a very important member of brown algae called as fucus. Okay? Is that clear to everybody? Thank you. Food reserve people, very important. Chlorophyce had starch, she has laminarin, which is again a sugar derivative, carbohydrate derivative. Yeah? Laminarin and alcohol derivative, mannitol. Mannose, the alcohol, I don't want to play around with chemistry, but you got the idea. This, I feel this is going to be 2024. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. Reproduction, ladies and gentlemen, very easy. On a Monday or a Tuesday or a Wednesday, what will algae choose? I am not making this question up. This is a previous year question. Which is the most common method? If he has given in the choice fragmentation, zoospores, anisogamy, oogamy, what are you going to choose? Thank you, Vijay. It will be fragmentation, the first choice, because it is inexpensive. I don't have to do anything in fragmentation. No metabolic energy required. Then in the asexual method, if I want to disperse myself, I find zoospores. But one of my favorite questions, yummy. It's a yummy question that zoospores of brown algae are piriform with lateral heterocont flagella. Okay, what is piriform shape? Piriform shape is pear-like shape. It's a pear-like shape. Okay, what is lateral? Lateral is this. What is heterocont condition? When the two flagella are different. Yes, so one is small, the other one is longer, and it is tinsel type. It is tinsel type flagella. Whiplash and tinsel. Very good, Anant. You're winning it. You're winning it. Okay. Then after zoospores, we have the oogamy. Iso and oogamy, but oogamy is more common. We already wrote the examples of oogamy, fucus and volvox. Very good. Now the special points. Special points simply means the economic importance, if you will. Algin is produced commercially. Algin is produced commercially to be added to jellies, basically to stabilize these substances, to be added to jellies, creams whatsoever, and as dental material. You know, where I practiced many years ago, that time I used to work all the time with alginate. And if I visit my friends today who have the latest technology in their dental clinics, right, with the lasers and the robotics and still alginate remains favorite of any dentist as well as a patient. It's a very nice, very oral friendly substance. Yeah, so might as well learn that. Then laminaria, laminaria is used as a manure, it is used as food, and it is a source of iodine. This is a previous year question which many people couldn't solve. Which of the following algae are sources of iodine? So there is laminaria and fucus. Fucus has the same economic importance. In Japan, these countries, South Asian countries, they extensively eat laminaria as a salad. Like how we add lettuce, we tend to in our salads, although we don't like it, they tend to add laminaria, and we should start doing that. Okay, so source of iodine, very good. Then what you have to remember is sargassum. This is one of my favorite examples. Sargassum. Why is it my favorite? Because sargassum creates ruckus, creates problem in North Atlantic Ocean. And that is why North Atlantic Ocean is known as Sargasso Sea. In the season when sargassum covers the entire surface of the ocean, the entire North Atlantic Ocean starts looking brown in color. Because sargassum is a kelp. When she divides, she forgets the world. She goes berserk. Okay, and the growth can be 100 meters or more. And thereby, when ships are traveling in such an ocean, she creates nuisance. Okay, ship nuisance. Sheep, friend sheep. I need water. No, 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 I am not talking to you. No, no, no. What if I come late to the class? You guys create so much of hue and cry if the teachers are late. So let's go to the next algae. Oh, there's a question from 2018. Can we solve this question, boys and girls? Thank you. Which of the following algae contains mannitol? Acha. Mannitol we just saw, the alcohol derivative. Volvox. Volvox is a green algae. I'm going to have starch. I'm going to have starch. I'm going to have mannitol. I'm going to have Floridian starch. Because Gracilaria is the next one. That is Rhodophyceae. Rhodophyceae or the red algae. Now, this one is primitive, most primitive algae. But she is going to show some interesting features, boys and girls. Are we ready for that? What is the habitat? Mostly marine, except Batrachospermum. Batrachospermum in my time used to be a common question. Now boys and girls, boys and girls, boys and girls. When is the last to join NEET endgame? Raghavi, my darling. So the code PM1 live is, which will give you 7999 as the prize, is going to expire I think tomorrow morning. After that it will be the original prize. This code will expire you can't use this code after tonight, or I think tomorrow morning is what the team told me. After that it will be 17K or something again. Okay, so this is only because it's Christmassy, it's New Year, and Pankhuri ma'am is Pankhuri ma'am, and PM1 Live is a cute code. So use that. And guys, I'm going to fix the problem that you guys are not able to reach out to me. Don't worry about that. So this is done. Body form. I love this question. I love this question. Now this question in reality makes me blush. The other factors don't. I can tell you other factors don't. It just looks like that. My face is like that. This question is that no motile forms are present in, even if the gametes are produced in sexual reproduction, they will be immotile. This algae is found in the depth of the ocean. This is called as vertical stratification of the ocean. It's an advanced concept. On the surface of the ocean, like Batrachospermum, you will find on the surface water. Surface water. Because poor thing is in fresh water. If a red algae is present on the surface of an ocean, we are certain that most of them are marine. So I'm going to say ocean or sea. It is not going to be as red as we expect it to be. But the deeper it goes, vertical stratification means that every algae has its place. Green algae will be present most on the surface, around the shores, gets maximum sunlight. That is why, relate, logic. That is why she is the major carbon dioxide fixer. With me? Because it is getting abundant sunlight. After that, a little bit on surface, little bit into the depth, you will find brown algae. But in the lit zone of ocean, I have done this in ecology, in the depth you will find red algae because of the photosynthetic pigments. This is a very famous and repeatedly asked assertion reason question of AIIMS. AIIMS has been clubbed into NEET, but it doesn't mean that AIIMS questions are not going to be asked. That is a misnomer that you guys carry. Okay, so no motile forms are present. Let's go to the cell wall. Cell wall, what is the inner layer? Cellulose. Outer layer of agar-agar and carrageenan. Both are sulfated polysaccharides. Non-sulfated in brown algae, here they are sulfated. They are also hydrocolloids. Just like your algin. They are also going to be produced. They are also going to be exploited commercially. Okay, we'll speak about it in the economic importance in detail. Now, there is a certain algae called as corallina. AIIMS previous year question, people. It was not the name of the algae per se, but why red algae forms coral reefs, not brown or this one, green algae. Corallina has calcium carbonate deposition. So, you have the cellulose, then you have the agar-agar. Over that, you will have calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate is not getting decomposed, right? So, calcium carbonate deposition and forms coral reefs. If you want to learn, you learn. If you don't want to learn, excellent idea, I tell you. Excellent. Don't learn. Photosynthetic pigments, very interesting. One, I feel if I am the examiner, I would rather ask from this. Chlorophyll A remains the constant, no problem. I told you the trick, BCD. So, chlorophyll D, ha ha ha. Now, from the accessory pigment, it is going to be R-phycoerythrin. R-phycoerythrin, erythrocytes, simply means the red pigment. It is a type of phycobilin. Okay, our phycoerythrin, just remember that, red in color. Now people, this is the reason that she is found in the depth of the ocean. Now I am getting to the logic, because red color absorbs, this pigment absorbs shorter blue and green wavelengths. This is the physics talking. You guys would know better. I am the scholar in physics. I don't want to get into physics. Don't want to mix a botany session with physics session. Yeah, so keeping it to basics. Absorb shorter blue and green wavelengths which penetrate Can you do the AR if asked now? Can I move further? Food reserve people, food reserve. Very, very important distinguishing feature, Floridian starch. Now that will be a very common question. That will be a NEET level question. Now let's take it to AIIMS level question. Floridian starch is similar in composition, amylopectin and, I'm forgetting it now. Floridian starch is similar to amylopectin and glycogen. Khulz, this has been asked. If you're thinking ma'am is telling a lot, this is, we don't get to hear that, not asked, not. You don't have to take my word for it. Just open up previous year papers. Yeah, reproduction, very interesting here. Again a distinguishing feature. Red algae does not care about iso and anisogamy. Ruled out. Who would have thought that a primitive alga would come to show only oogamy? And that is why you guys gave me the example, some of you, of Polysiphonia when I asked you about oogamy. Okay, so now what happens in Polysiphonia per se is worth mentioning, and that is the post-fertilization events are complex. NCERT says that, and then she goes to sleep. That is what NCERT does. She just whispers into your ear and then goes to sleep. She says more, she says less means more. Now when she says post-fertilization events are complex, what she means is that there is formation of, we said there will be no sporophyte in the life of an algae. So there is formation of carposporophyte. Okay, this is Porphyra, an edible red algae. Do you see Polysiphonia? How beautifully she is branched. How beautifully she is a branched algae. There is a previous year question, branched algae. Algae was supposed to be thallus-like, isn't it? Now there is a question that is asked often. The female sex organ which is present and the male sex organ which is present, what are they called as? Okay, so female sex organ is called as carpogonium and the male sex organ is called as the spermatium. We didn't see any sex organs earlier, but this is a exception. Exceptions are always the cause of MCQs. Let's talk about the special points which are about the edible algae, edible Porphyra. It is again used as a solid, then branched Polysiphonia, Then there is a term which is my favorite called as agarophytes. Who will tell me in the chat box? I can see you. I can see your answers from the back of my head. Which are agarophytes? Come on people, use your common sense. Use your common sense. We just spoke about it a while ago. Random answers, yaar. Gracilaria and Gelidium. These are the two species of red algae. This is a probable question of 2024. Thank me later. Who are commercially grown for this one. Okay. And who will I grow for carrageenan? Anybody? Who will be grown for carrageenan? No, no. Gelidium and Gracilaria will be for agar-agar. Oh, you guys are amazing. Okay, another example that I had to give you. Agar-agar and carrageenan. Agar-agar is the most extensive culture medium. So when you will go to your medical college and you will go to the pathology lab and they will show you cultures of various bacteria, could be E. coli, could be pathogenic bacteria, let's say tuberculosis, definitely they are going to show you, syphilis they are going to show you, cholera they are going to show you, typhoid, salmonella typhi, mycobacterium tuberculosis. All these, they are all inoculated, they are all grown in this base. The base of culture media is agar-agar. Cool? What is the function of carrageenan? Carrageenan is emulsifier. Now you guys know what emulsifier is. This is a question from the beginning of the class. Zygotic meiosis is characteristic of which algae? Carrageenan is a blood coagulant. Thank you. Beautiful. Lots of love. Zygotic meiosis is seen in the life cycle of algae. Because zygote undergoes meiosis, fucus, funaria, chlamydomonas and mercantia. Haplodiplontic life cycle only will show this, because in other two I see sporic meiosis, don't I? So fucus is diplontic, funaria is a moss, chlamydomonas is a green algae, mercantia is a liverwort. Good. There you go. These are the NCERT images of algae. Kindly, sweetly, don't underestimate the power of diagrams. They have often given questions where they will give you the organism and tell you to identify. One of my favorite points here is the presence of air bladders. Do you see that? It is seen in fucus, not in laminaria. Don't write or listen to something like air bladders are a feature of all the brown algae. It is very easy to make a blanket statement. No. In fucus, it helps the fucus to, it provides buoyancy, and they are called as pneumocysts. Pneumocysts. Not pneumothodes, pneumocysts. Okay. And dictyota is called as the branched one. Do you see how it has, this is called dichotomous branching. Do you see that? Dichotomous branching. If you don't want to understand what is dichotomous, dichotomous simply means a fork-like structure. I am branching into two, I am branching into two, I am branching into two. Yeah, good. Porphyra is edible algae. Polysiphonia, I told you, branched red algae. Volvox, This is the parent colony. These are the cytoplasmic strands between individual cells here. Do you see that? Do you appreciate that? So one Volvox cell, once upon a time, there was a Volvox cell who was unicellular. Yeah? And then Volvox looked at Chlamydomonas and thought, oh, you're so alone. I would rather live together with another Volvox. And they started living as a colony. I just told you this story to understand how a colony is made. It is nothing fancy. Lot of cells connect together with the help of simple cytoplasmic strands and make a colony, and they move together. But the movement is according to the individual movement of the cells. And here, since these are flagellated cells, this colony rolls. Who is she? Who is she? Who is she? When I was you, okay, I used to always mark it Spirogyra, right? So this is not Spirogyra, this is Eulothrix. They look very similar. Cool, very good, amazing. Question for you. Is it time for the break? Yeah, I'll give you a break after algae, no problem. You don't have to ask for it, it's okay. 2015, not a long while ago. Which one of the following statement is wrong? Algin and carrageenan are products of algae? Yes. Agar-agar is obtained from? Yes. Chlorella and spirulina are used as space food. Now, why didn't I mention spirulina when I'm so excited to teach algae? Why didn't I mention spirulina? What was my problem? Why didn't I mention spirulina? Raghuram, you have a beautiful name. Nobody is answering the reason. Okay. Mannitol is stored food in Rhodophyceae, but mannitol is the stored food of Phaeophyceae. Anant, you are my darling here. Oh my God. Shraddha, you got late. But I am hoping that you knew the answer. If you delete your messages, people. Okay, so spirulina. Now NCERT says this line. This is the line of NCERT. Chlorella and spirulina are used as space food. And people started assuming that spirulina is a green algae. It's a BGA. It's a monerin. Okay. What the examiner is trying to tell you that they are often taken together by the space travelers. Why? Because they both are very good. As spirulina is a superfood. It's a superfood. Amazing. Don't start eating it from tomorrow. But cool air. So now we are going to, oh, there's more. These are again NCERT SNPs. Gracilaria gylidium is the preparation of jellies and creams to stabilize them. They are hydrocolloids, food, protein supplement. You see that? You see that? This is a very, I hope the world goes in this direction. And not taking artificial sources of protein. Laminaria, do you see the fronds? The one special feature about brown algae, if you ask me, is the photosynthetic frond. Cool. I can't help it. I don't know. I must be in some excited state when I was preparing your session and I just put a lot of questions. I'm sorry. I'm waiting to give you a break. Which classes of algae possess pigment fucoxanthin and pigment phycoerythrin respectively? This just happened. NEET 2023. Ranu, beta problems are a way of life. Yeah, but fighting with problem is a personal choice. So either you fight with the problem or you stop crying about it. Thank you, my darlings. Yes, fucoxanthin, as far as I remember, fucus is brown algae, retro is red algae, Phaeophyceae and Rhodophyceae. Very easy question. If these kind of questions are asked in the exam, we are very good. I don't know from where questions are coming. Oh my God, why did I put so many questions? I don't know. NEET 2022. Ma'am, they are playing wedding and ghost songs in my colony. That's a chance to dance. Come on. Don't miss any chance to move. Yes, very good. Which of the following is incorrectly matched? I have no water in my body. I'm completely dehydrated. Volvox, starch. Yes, Volvox is a green algae. Ma'am loves Volvox so much. Ectocarpus fucoxanthin. Is that true? Ectocarpus is a brown algae. Fucoxanthin. Okay. Ulothrix is mannitol. This looks bad. Ulothrix is a green algae and green algae has starch. Porphyra is a red algae and it has Floridian starch. Very good. Let's hope. I'm sorry guys. I don't know if I've done this. I so want to give you a break, but the questions are not ending. Come on. Anans, my dearest. I'll go and drink water and have tea also in the break. Don't worry. Life cycles of ectocarpus. Today's class is a small class. You don't have to worry. Life cycle of ectocarpus and fucus respectively. See, at 5:07 p.m. I said that this chapter has the basic tune and the foundation of life cycles. How many of you agree, ma'am? You said that. If you agree, give me fire emoticons in the chat box. I want you to acknowledge the fact that when any teacher standing here on this side of the camera tells you, hey, you know what? This is the thing about this chapter. Believe them. Now, I bring proofs. One after the other, you see in all recent NEET exams, the questions are about life cycles. So do them. Ectocarpus, brown algae. The exception, brown algae. Haplodiplontic, diplontic. There we go. We are happy. La 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 la. Okay. And there we go. Finally, Bryophyte. Me love Bryophyte. Ma'am, you said that for algae also. Yeah? Yeah, I should stop saying that. Bryophyte. We will do, what is the time? It's 7:14. We will meet at 7:40. 7:40 p.m. Coils? Yes? See if your heart brings you back here. Have your dinner now only. This is a dinner break. I'm not going to give you a break again. This is the only break that you have. Ma'am, sorry if I hurted someone. Yeah. That's okay. Anything else? So ask your heart and be back at 7:40. I'm giving you the dinner break. Cool. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Take care. All right. Can you hear me? Anjani, darling, can you hear me? Hi, Mohammed. Hi, Laharika. Hi, Priya. Guys, did you eat? I wanted to say, Ayana, my darling, beautiful name, by the way. I did have a sip and rest. My tea is here. So I wanted to say you guys have been amazing. You guys are enjoying, attending consistently all the marathons, and these marathon sessions, truly speaking, are intense, right? Because the teachers are doing, all the teachers, I speak for everybody, are delivering the content quite in detail. Nobody is taking shortcuts. I haven't watched anybody's class, but I know it for a fact because that's how Unacademy NEET English team is. Ganeshwari, Ganeshwari, right? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your beautiful name wrong. I'm bad at that. My darling or dearest, the session duration should not be more than 2 hours more. Okay? Acha, I wanted to say one thing. It is just a suggestion, like somebody who's a well-wisher. When you're attending these long sessions, try not to have a heavy dinner, because what will happen is your body will get busy in digesting the complex fats, carbohydrates, and when the teachers are back, you might feel sleepy. So it's okay to have, if you're quite an eater and fond of food like me, you can have a heavy lunch, but refrain from a heavy dinner. Okay, that's my viewpoint. Now, come, let's do bryophytes like never before. So like I put in the Telegram group, everybody is a part of the Telegram group. People, before everybody, heavy food gives me energy. Okay, if you feel good about it, then go have it. No problem. I think I lost my pen. I keep losing my pen. I need somebody to assist me in keeping a track of my pen. I'm not kidding. I don't want to go back. Okay, guys, before people are back, let me tell you the end game batch. It is pinned in the crash course. The message is pinned. This batch is going to be the first batch of this kind in the history of Unacademy. First of all, this is a crash course that has been planned by the NEET experts of this country. Yeah, you have the best team possible. This kind of combination has never come together, and I'm saying this quite independently. I'm not saying because, you know, I am with the team or I am here. No, it is sort of post-dinner, you and I kind of talk. And the kind of dedication that all of us have to make it happen for you, NEET 2024, is unmatchable, I tell you. I promise you. You will feel it the very first day. You will feel it the very first day. And it is an exclusive English batch for all our students, especially in South India, and I have students in North India also who struggle with Hindi classes or English classes. This batch, everything is going to start from, you talk about zero, it is going to start from -1. I, in my classes, am going to think that you know nothing about botany. It is absolutely zero. It's a quiescent center. You have no clue. Yeah. So it is how the radical comes out and the embryonic shoot is formed. I'm going to take care of you like an embryo. Oh, the kind of analogies I have to give to make my point clear is, should I get the pen or we should just stand and talk? What do you think? I have to leave at 12 AM in the morning for my destination. Yeah, I've been living out in suitcase since last 5-6 days. I don't know what I'm doing. I'll get my pen so that we can go ahead with bryophytes. Cool let's get to the business. I really want you to click on the link that is given in the description box because I don't want you to pay more for this batch. Does that make sense to us? क्या? 1 minute. Avengers batch में क्या हो गया? Mammon organism and environment is mentioned. Please kindly check, ma'am. Where organism? Beta, the abiotic factors and responses to abiotic factors, everything is eliminated out of this NMC syllabus. So we start from population attributes. Anants, are you talking about the abiotic factors? I assure you no question will come from abiotic factors. Nevertheless, if you are a part of endgame batch and at any given point of time, endgame batch is your batch. It is my blood and sweat in your batch. And I mean it. I mean it to the core. Okay, so if you want, I'm going to be doing outside NCERT topics if you guys ask for it. Cool. Let's go to Bryophyte. Come, let's write together. Let's welcome Bryophytes into the class. Okay, don't distract me with your sweet messages. Guys, whenever you study a plant group, start from the introduction. From what you know to what you kind of know and what you don't know. This should be a sequence in especially the chapters of kingdoms, animal and plant. Okay, so what do you know about Bryophyte? Come on people. Now Algae was completely aquatic. She had no whims and fancies of terrestrial life. This plant knew that I have to evolve onto the land, right? So bryos means moss, okay, and phyta means plant. So these are the first terrestrial plants, ladies and gentlemen. First terrestrial plants. Now, if the examiner asks you who's the first terrestrial plant, kindly don't mark pteridophytes. Okay? If the examiner asks who's the first successful terrestrial plant, kindly don't mark bryophytes. Let's arrive at that conclusion together. Yeah, eyes on the board. First terrestrial plant, undifferentiated body. Okay. Now, undifferentiated body was present in algae also. So, are they thallophytes? No. Little bit of differentiation. You get root-like. You get stem-like. Please share the session and call everybody. This is very important part of the chapter. Stem-like and root, leaf-like structures. Leaf-like structures. When anybody says stem-like, root-like, what they mean is they are going to sort of perform the functions of these vegetative organs. But anatomically, if you open up the root of a bryophyte, stem of a bryophyte, the anatomical structure, the tissue organization, the vascular cylinder is absent. So I have no right to call them as true root, stem and leaves. Comes the third point. Let's arrive at the points together. Vascular tissues. You remember from the classification we did early in the morning. They are atracheophytes. We said that, right? So vascular tissues are absent. Vascular tissues are absent. Is that clear? Now you tell me. You equate it. You do the hence and therefore. If I don't have a root, stem or leaf, I don't have a vascular tissue. And additionally, I am telling you that here also the gametes would require water to reach the female. Because I am going to have oogamy only. There is no iso and iso anymore. Can you call bryophytes as successful land plants? Nah baba, nah. Not happening. Okay. So they are, this is the most important introductory point that usually is written in the beginning. But I like to arrive at the point that they come to be known as amphibians of plant kingdom. Together with me, everybody, amphibians of plant kingdom. Now, for the first time, what will be the other first here? For the first time, I see somebody on the land. Embryo, From here, if you remember the classification, I want you to keep the classification open if you've written in the evening. They are the first embryophytes. First embryophytes. And for the first time, I get multicellular, jacketed sex organs. Jacketed sex organs. There are proper sex organs. They are going to, like I told you, I set the tune in the beginning, in the evening itself. What was the tune? And I told you I'm going to repeat it. Whitaker or any other taxonomist knew that mode of nutrition, that is for a broader classification, every time you move to the next group, reproduction is changing. So here also reproduction will change. What is happening to the sex organs? You have the male sex organ called as entheridium. Entheridium. Okay? This is the male sex organ. Now, jacket cells, let me just remind you, are always sterile cells here. If you know about angiosperms, the integuments in the ovule is like jacket cells. They will not take part in reproduction. Okay? And archegonium. So they are also the first archegoniates. Archegonium, female. Okay? So first time you see multicellular sex organ. Is this clear? Everybody is writing? Amma. Let me just see the chat box. Okay, great, great. Very good. Now let's talk about the characteristic feature. One of the defining features. You know how I like to make the points arrive at 7. Yeah? One of the characteristic feature or the defining feature is rhizoids. So when I say root-like structures, the peculiar structures which bryophytes show are rhizoids, which can be unicellular, unbranched, or multicellular branched, depending on which group of bryophytes we are talking about. Okay, now what else is happening here? Let's see what else is happening here. Okay, no problem. Let's write other points also. The body form. The body form. Now boys and girls, when I spoke about body form of algae, I told you since algae is a lower plant, I will say unicellular, filamentous, colonial, all of that. Here the body form is getting fixed. Always remember my words. As I go further, the body form and the several nervous system, for example, you see in animal kingdom, all these features, reproduction, modes of reproduction start getting fixed. They become less diverse as we go up the hierarchy of classification. So here there is a dominant, multicellular, gametophyte, very important. Now you know the life cycle. Who's the parent? Who's the address of the house? Gametophyte with parasitic, very important, with parasitic, multicellular. I'm not speaking about unicellular forms. Sporophyte. This is the first distinguishing feature of bryophyte and pteridophyte, although both show haplodiplontic life cycle, which we spoke about early in the evening. Yeah, so life cycle is, answers in the chat box, haplodiplontic. Is that clear to everybody? Very clear. Now let's talk about the reproduction. Reproduction is very, very important. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. This is your entheridium. Now, who will tell me? Let me check. What will be Anants, Girija, Niharika? What will be the ploidy of entheridium? As simple as that. Remember the life cycle we drew together, Haplodiplontic life cycle, and tell me the structure of entheridium. Everybody. Very good. It will be N because the dominating generation will have the sex organs. So this is again a confusing question in the exam. If the dominating generation is sporophyte, the sex organs will be diploid. As simple as that. You don't have to sit and think. If the dominating generation is gametophyte, the sex organs will be haploid. So this is archegonium. This is archegonium. Meiosis will happen here. And gametes will be produced here. Do you see this globular structure? I wanted to categorically show you the jacket cells here. The jacket cells. So the entheridium is a round globular structure, but archegonium popularly is a flask shaped structure. This is very important. It's a flask shaped structure. Flask shaped structure. It is a globular structure. Now, another question for you guys, and life cycles are going to be done for today. What kind of division will form gametes in the entheridium? Quickly, everybody, answers in the chat box. Answers in the chat box. Use your head. Use your head. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. I'm making it 10. I'm making it 10. 10th is the reproduction methods. Reproduction methods on a broader level seen in bryophytes. So, bryophyte like algae, especially the lower bryophytes, are going to choose the method of fragmentation because, like I said, if my body is not very differentiated, I am a small microscopic structure, I have nothing going on in my favor, fragmentation is very easy. Okay, then comes the spores, right? Now, in bryophytes, we don't have the spores like zoospores. What we have, and my personal favorite, is gemma. Okay, so gemma are these sort of, they are not spores really. Some people call them buds, some people like to call them spores. So asexual buds. Let's arrive at asexual buds and I'll speak more about them. I have a beautiful image of gemma rather. And then sexual reproduction is the proper biparental sexual reproduction akin to, you can say, oogamy of algae. Yeah, no problem in that. Now let's arrive at reproduction again since you guys have answered. The name of the male gametes, ladies and gentlemen, are antherozoids. Antherozoids. What is the nature? They can be, some people say they're rod shaped, some people say they're comma shaped. They're rod shaped sort of. But what is important to note is that they are motile, they are biflagellated. In angiosperms, ma'am screamed at the top of her voice that male gametes are immotile, but lower plants have motile gametes, biflagellated or sometimes multiflagellated. They will always have to go to the archegonium, which has the female gamete called the egg. She is going to be immotile. They are going to be produced in millions because they have to travel through water. So as such, you can't use the term pollination, but the mode of transport is water. Water. This is one of the reasons that they are again unsuccessful and they could only be the amphibians of the plant kingdom. If the examiner will ask you to choose the reasons, number one is this reason. Number one is this reason that I can't have male gametes travel to female through any other mode. Number two, I don't have any vascular tissues. How will water be conducted? But that I would not choose as a primary reason. Why? Because anyways the body is so small. Bryophytes are very, very tiny plants here. Very tiny plants. Gametophyte with the one set of chromosomes with haploidy cannot really grow into a proper plant, cannot really attain some height. So water can be transported through capillarity. Even if you don't give me xylem and phloem, I can manage, but reproduction part I cannot manage. With me everybody? Very good. Now I want you to be safe and understand the structure of the archegonium. They are the first archegoniates, and mind you people, archegonium stays till gymnosperms. It's not given in NCERT, but yeah, archegonium stays till gymnosperms. It is only the angiosperms which rule out archegonia. So it's a serious structure, and if asked, archegoniates start from bryo, pterido, gymno. Write it in your NCERT. So there is a neck, there is a lid, proper lid. Do you see that in evolution, the parent generation, whoever it is, have a look at the screen, not at me, has started protecting the gametes. This tells us what is going to happen in the future. The success of a plant in plant kingdom depends on multiple factors, one being protecting the gamete, the other being protecting the future generation. Okay, so here fertilization will happen. This guy, this gamete will have to come here. Fertilization, zygote will be formed here. I am protecting the future generation also. I am going to be definitely more successful. This is called the venter. This is called the venter. It's written. This is called the neck. Yeah, there are neck canal cells. The number of neck canal cells differs according to the group. Okay, then you have the venter canal cell. In the center of the venter, you have the mighty egg. Okay. Now people, look at this one, look at this one. So on a certain, what do you say, especially the liverworts, not so much the advanced bryophytes, I don't want to name them. If you talk about the liverworts, the Hepaticopsidana, they essentially reproduce by gemme. What are gemme? This is the leaf. This is the, shouldn't say leaf, this is the thallus. This is the thallus. This is the gametophyte thallus of a liverwort. Okay. On the dorsal surface, you have these cup-shaped structure with a certain depth. At the time of reproduction, and these are actually sometimes visible to the naked eye, you will see small multicellular haploid asexual buds. They will wait in the cups. They will act like spores. They will wait in the cups only and only when water is available. Again, water is essential. And the conditions are favorable. One gemma, yeah, one gemma can give rise to 2 gametophytes. That is the power of gemma. One gemma can give rise to 2 gametophytes. Is that clear to everybody? Remember, look at the life cycle and never get confused. A meiospore, sporic meiosis will happen, zygotic meiosis won't happen. How many of us are clear with that? I want the chat box to be filled today with sporic meiosis. After the class, I want the comment section to be filled so that whoever sees the comment section knows we are making sense and what we are talking about. Like most of you messaged now, that makes me really, that gives me butterflies, right? When you said larger vessel, smaller vessel, that was so charming, right? So I want the chat box to be filled today with sporic meiosis and zygotic meiosis, because those are the concepts which are hidden in the life cycle. Okay, let's go further. Life cycle, I bring to you, I said it that I am going to annoy you and irritate you with the life cycle again and again. Like I was saying, I don't want my students to get stuck in the idea where meiosis is happening. Once again people, meiosis will happen in the sporophyte. Repeat after me, meiosis will happen in the sporophyte. Sporic meiosis, a meiospore, suppose he gives, he tells you he gives in the exam and he mentions the spore and he gives a blank here. And in the exam center, you are a cuckoo. What is happening? A meiospore. I am giving you a shortcut. Write it in your NCERT. This is the NCERT snip here. I have not created anything. A meiospore will always give rise to a gametophyte. Ha. I'm not even going into the technicalities that, you know what, it's a haploid structure. It cannot give rise to a sporophyte. I don't care. Okay. And a zygote will always give rise to the sporophyte. Are we together? Yeah. So this is the haplodiplontic life cycle that we have already done it in the class. Let's go further. Yeah. Before we start the classification of bryophytes, let me tell you, this is also a characteristic feature. Now let me give a fine tune to this story. The fine tune, ladies and gentlemen, is that ma'am has been saying one group, a certain group in every plant division will show you what is going to happen next. The next group in the picture is pteridophyte. In a pteridophyte, you very well know that sporophyte is the dominant generation. When I look at mosses, which are advanced bryophytes, we see that sporophyte, although dependent on gametophyte, sees a certain differentiation of the body. Does that make sense to us? Whenever the sporophyte arises at the tip of the gametophyte, you see that it has an embedded foot. It has an embedded foot. It has a curved seta and it has a piriform. What is piriform, ladies and gentlemen? What did I tell you early in the evening? See, half of the chapter, 50% of the foundation laying and basics and everything I do in the first half of the chapter. If you follow the first half properly, the rest, the second half, very good, very good. It is pear shaped. Now capsule, ladies and gentlemen, is very, very important structure. These two structures are important for establishment of sporophyte on the gametophyte. But capsule is the real deal. Why? My question is why? Because in the life cycle, this meiosis is very important, right? This meiosis is very important. Otherwise, I'm never reaching the parent generation. Like, for God's sake, meiosis is the real deal. That meiosis is going to happen in the capsule. And this is a previous year question. The problem is, you have to relate to the concept. If you try to mug up, hey, meiosis happens in meiospores are formed in capsule, you're never getting there. I've tried it. So whoever says biology is just to mug up concepts and there is no logic and there is no calculation, oh my god, chemistry is good, oh, physics is good. Biology is, you guys have to change this notion if you're my student. Let's do it gradually. Let's tell everybody, right? Now let's go to the classification. Now things will be very easy for you because you've set the introduction of the group. What are liverworts? Liverworts belong to Hepaticopsida. They are the primitive bryophytes, not very much seen. They are not present on the face of the planet very much. When I say liverwort, although Mercantia and Riccia are the two examples, but we speak primarily about Mercantia. There are slight differences between Mercantia and Riccia. We will speak mostly about Mercantia. So what do you see? What do you see when you see this guy? Come on, write what you see. Always start from the body form. Habitat, you already know that bryophyte will be present in a moist and shady habitat on the land. You know that. Okay. So dorsiventrally flattened structure. I've been saying orientation is important to study anything. Yeah, this is the dorsal surface. Look at this. Okay, this is the dorsal surface. Yeah, do you see a fork-like structure? This is called as dichotomous branching. Dichotomous branching. Dichotomous or forked branching. This is a feature of the Gametophyte of liverworts, not seen in other groups. This is called the apical notch. This is called the apical notch. This is the midrib. Fancy, fancy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, very, very important. The gamma cup that I told you about. The gamma cup. The question is, where is gamma cup present? Gamma cup is present on dorsal surface. That is why you need to understand the orientation. So usually liverworts will be we call foliae. Folios means leaf-like. Folios means something which is flattened, spread out. That is folios. It's a generic term, nothing serious. We also say that it is adherent to the substratum. It doesn't stand erect. Also called as prostrate. Yeah? When you do pranam to someone, yeah, you sort of lie on the ground. That is called prostrate condition. So, this is the orientation of this organism. Now, you tell me, if he asks, where are the rhizoids present? Are they present on the dorsal surface or ventral surface? Easy. If you have a visual picture of the diagram, then it's easy. If you're sitting in the corner of a room and doing what bio students are infamous for, yeah, that you guys mug up things, hey, rhizoids are present on the ventral surface, it is going to go out of the window in no time. No retention at all. So, where are rhizoids present? You tell me, dorsal or ventral, dorsal or ventral, dorsal or ventral. Come on, people. So, rhizoids are on ventral surface. Nobody is going to have negative marking in this case at least. Now, one more thing, rhizoids are unicellular. This guy didn't care about rhizoids. I have a small microscopic body, I am a small organism, I don't need extensive rhizoids. Okay. Now, I see a certain thing here. Like I said, what you see, you're going to write. You're not going to mug up even a single thing, if you're with me. Is that clear to everybody? I see that there is a female thallus and there is a male thallus. There is a female thallus and there is a male thallus. On the female thallus, look at your NCRTs if this is not clear. I see archegoniophore. On the male thallus, I see enthridiophore. When the sex organs are located on different thalli, what do you say? Very, very, I don't know why, but examiner is stuck to this question like anything. Yeah. So, this is called as dioecious thalli. Now, I am using the term thalli again and again because that's the truth about liverworts. Dioecious thalli. Now, what do I see? I see that archegoniophore is present at the tip of a stalk here. It's not like it is arising directly on the gametophyte, yeah, and that too in the apical notch. Look at this, yeah. So this is also a peculiar feature of liverworts. If you don't do comparative study between two groups, liverworts and mosses, you might fail in advanced questions. Okay, so we are going to write this. Sex organs arise, and in botany, whenever there is a certain stalk, 4 will be used. Take it from me. 4 is used usually. Okay, so sex organs arise on gametophores. So together, generally we call them gametophores because they are going to produce gametes. So you have N3DO4. In a certain previous year, he gave the diagram and asked us to mark, I think 2020 or 2021, something like that. And Archegonio4. Now I want you to go back to the diagram. Eyes on the diagram, everybody. See what is happening. Something is definitely happening here. If I look at the Archegonio4, and NCERT sort of plays it bad. If I look at the Archegonio4, they are like this. Okay? And if I look at the N3DO4, it is like this. In NCERT, they don't look different. So I am going to write that difference for you. So, Archegonium is receptacle plus 9 rays. Yeah, the central portion was the receptacle. Sounds like sunflower, right? But the entire structure is actually very complex. There are air sacs and everything. There is positioning, there is orientation. In this day and age, that was some other yuga only, where we used to study all that and in fact teach. I got to teach all that. You just have to remember how they are different. And Anthridium is receptacle plus 8 lobes. So, in short, the crux is that Archegonio4 is a rayed appearance. And that will be a lobular appearance, a folded appearance. Can we do that this much? I am not telling you anything much. Mercantia is dioecious, right? How is the chatting going on? Let's go. Oh. So guys, again, this is to remind you that if you like the entire team and our teaching on Game of NEET series, then you have a better place to be, because you get a personalized, see on YouTube when I'm taking the classes, this is only how I can interact with you guys. There's a lot of doubt solving, there's a lot of direct interaction, there's a lot of question solving with polls, with timers. Yeah, timing is very important. You know, NEET exam is all about timing. It is accuracy and the time. And in botany, I have always taken my students to a time of 20 seconds. Yeah, you have a lot going on in physics and chemistry anyway. So, you must join this batch and you must use the code PM1 live. If you can choose the color, don't choose pink. Accuracy plus speed. Oh, question. I didn't plan it. It just happens. Life cycles of Ectocarpus and Fucus. This is a repeated question. We can skip that. Let's go to Bryophyta now. Do you see that? I specifically took this image. Do you see? Because NCERT is not clearing this. Do you see that? Do you see that? This is the ray-like appearance. And do you see that? The male plant is different. Let's talk about mosses. Now, let's start from the body form. First of all, mosses are the real deal. Conspicuous. If you go to mountains, you find mosses, not liverworts. So what do you see? The body form is erect. Erect, not prostrate. And instead of dorsiventral orientation, can I say that they have a radial symmetry? They have a radial symmetry with spirally arranged leaves. Spirally arranged leaves. Because the creator was like, you know what, you can't stop at one position. The real trees have to come. So this plant is going to have a better orientation in the soil, na Baba? It is going to have better orientation. It is erect. It is starting to look like a foliar plant, advanced plant that is next in the picture. The rhizoids are multicellular. Rhizoids are multicellular, people, because I need more anchorage perhaps. Is that clear to everybody? Now here there is no other difference than if you go to the life cycle. Where was the life cycle? Endgame and game. There we go. Look at the life cycle once again with me. What is happening? What did ma'am tell you? Ma'am said a spore will always develop into a gametophyte, children. A spore will always develop into a gametophyte. So that means in the life of a moss, this spore, eyes on the screen, not on me. That means this spore has the responsibility of giving me this structure. I should get this. Agreed? On the same page? So then the bryophyte says, I don't feel like doing it all at once. There is an intermediate stage in the life cycle of a moss. Okay, and this is a characteristic feature. Let's choose pink. Characteristic. Juvenile. Juvenile means chintu, chungu. Juvenile means young, baby. Juvenile gametophyte called protonema. Protonema. In life cycle of a moss. Ultimately, it develops into this one. There we go. Develops into what they call as mature foliose. Foliose gametophyte. Now, the problem is this guy is not foliose. Then how is this guy? Let's describe this guy. Yeah, ready? Very important, huh? Description of protonema. What do you think? How many points do you want? Should we go for 7 points? Or you think you know, I can see all the messages. If you're thinking, I don't know. So yeah, this is filamentous. I'm not doing anything. I write what I see. It is filamentous. It is branched. It is green. It is multicellular. It is haploid. It is inconspicuous. What is inconspicuous? No clue. That is actually inconspicuous, something that can't be seen really. Yeah. So this is very inconspicuous. I could have written small, but this is given in NCERT. What else? Do you? I like the number 7. Filamentous. Let's look at this. Filamentous. Did we write photosynthetic? We wrote green. Yeah, we can write independent. This guy will also be independent. Mane, what does independent mean? It is not, it is going to perform photosynthesis, take care of its own food, right? Now, sex organs will come at the tips here. Archegonium, antheridium, globular, flask shaped, archegonium. There is no problem, but they will come on the same plant. Did we write that? We didn't write that. Okay. Very important point, monoecious condition. Monoecious condition. What is monoecious condition? This is a very, very, very important and favorite question of the examiner. That is, both the sex organs, male and female sex organs on same plant. Any problems so far? I think it is so easy. looking like, I need new taglines here. Juvenile sounds like Juliet, huh? Whatever sounds nice to you, just remember the concept. Classic example of mosses are Funaria and Sphagnum. My favorite. Why is it my favorite? Sphagnum is my favorite because it is examiner's favorite here. Now, this diagram which is given in NCERT is a proper diagram of Funaria. Beta log, bacha log, darlings and dearest. This kind of structure, foot, seta and capsule, is present only in mosses. Foot, seta and capsule is present only in mosses. Foot, seta and capsule are only present in mosses. Write it in the comment section after the class. I am really fearful that you will mark it as a correct statement, because these days examiner is asking this, which of the following statements are correct, and I am going to frame such questions in my end game batch. I am meaning serious business here, because you can buy as many textbooks of PYQs, but the problem is the new pattern nobody is following. Okay, so new pattern is true and false statement from lines of NCERT. I want you to register for the course right now and meet me there. PM1 live looking like a wow. Yeah, so foot, seta and capsule you have to take in consideration. These are the multicellular rhizoids. This is the main axis of the plant. Very beautiful diagram. Look at this one, sphagnum. Do you see that? Sphagnum being a moss, also called as the peat moss or the bog moss. This guy does a lot for the forests up in the Himalayas. Do you see that? The branches have the archegonial branch here and the entheridial branch here. So the diagram tells you about the monoci. What is this? Look at the capsule. For me, capsule structure is very fascinating. Ma'am, it is out of the syllabus. Agreed. Agreed. Just have a look. And I am going to tell you something that is not spoken about but asked as a question. Okay. NCERT in the introduction of bryophytes says, and I quote, that sporophyte is completely or partially dependent on gametophyte. So parasitism of sporophyte can be a complete parasitism, but only in the case of liverworts, not in the case of mosses. And to prove that, this is it. Have a look with me. If you don't want to learn the diagram, it is okay. But have a look that I said that capsule is a structure of mosses. You guys said, okay ma'am. Have a look at the capsule. This apophysis region of the capsule is all photosynthetic. So in mosses, the sporophyte is partially dependent on gametophyte because moss is new. Because Brahma called them up. You know what guys, make sure that you're doing photosynthesis, because next is pteridophytes and sporophyte is going to take the lead. It is going to be photosynthetic. And then the gametophyte was like, excuse me, I am always going to perform photosynthesis. I know photosynthesis much before sporophyte. And there comes pteridophyte. So apophysis region is all photosynthetic. Yeah, this is all green. Yeah, this is not spoken about. This is not given in textbooks. But if you understand the kingdoms evolutionarily, then only you can think on those grounds. In the wee hours of morning. Sometimes I'm up at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. looking at these diagrams and I'm thinking, yeah, you know what, this must have happened. Brahma must have done his thing. You with me everybody? Yeah? Makes sense? Isn't it the aha moment? This region, the columella, is the non-photosynthetic region. This region that you see here, na, starting from here. This columella is where spores will be present. Spore formation will happen. And this is the lid here. Oh, beautiful. So usually in botany, operculum means, I think in animal kingdom also, if I am forgetting, operculum usually means lid. Always remember, take shortcuts, okay? But below operculum is something called as peristome. Peristome are called as the teeth of, they are called as the teeth of capsule. Peristome, there are 32 teeth called as peristome in capsule. And you know why they are important? I'll tell you why they are important. 32 teeth. Because they will never release all the spores at once. Bryophytes were really intelligent. They said if we will release, understand that evolution is about protecting the spores or protecting the future generation. Only and only because peristome are hygroscopic in nature. Hygroscopic in nature. What is hygroscopic? Absorbing the water. Only and only if bryophyte will sense that there is water around me, because I am an amphibian, I need water for survival. The peristome will swell up and operculum or the lid will open and spore dispersal will happen. You with me? And if there is no water, bryophyte has kept peristome. Who would have thought? Did you know? We keep singing the song, hey, sporophyte is dependent on gametophytes. Sporophyte has got nothing to do in bryophytes. No! In mosses, sporophyte is very intelligent. If there is no water, peristome will remain retracted. And the operculum will not get a cue to open up. And do you see these, where is it? Trabeculae. These trabeculae are actually conducting water from the surrounding to this entire structure, to this entire sporophyte. So yeah, sporophyte is smart because in the next group, like I said, sporophyte is taking the lead. And that's how, ladies and gentlemen, you finish bryophyte. That's how you understand from the evolution point of view and not the boring. That's why people find plant kingdom boring. It is boring unless you see the reasons behind things. See, there is spore sac which is present. Isn't it amazing? What a beauty. Okay, good. Sorry, I just got carried away in this beauty here. Yeah, they're really smart. So today's tagline can be sporophytes are smart. Sporophytes, no, sporophytes actually come to be smart in angiosperms also. Sporophytes of bryophytes are smart would be a different thing. So let's talk about the, yaar ye fir aa gaya mere samne. Look at the teachers looking like a wow. Look at Yavar sir, look at Kailash sir, look at HSP sir, look at Wasim sir, look at Ambika ma'am, look at me. So much of botany in my face here. My name itself is botanical. So I would love to meet all of you in the batch. Register for it right now. Chalo, let's do the economic importance. There is a question. There is a question. Adi, have you joined the batch? Please use PM1 live. I have no clue why I kept that code. Yeah. Answers in the chat box, people. Study the diagram given below and mark the correct statement. Part A is dependent on part B. Part B, part A. Achha. Okay. Oh, easy, right? Now it's easy. But Girija, you know better than this. It shows that I'm dependent, but it's trying to be independent. Part B is dependent. Okay. This you guys can solve easily. That part A is dependent on part B. Alright. So now there is a favorite line when it comes to economic importance of bryophytes. I have a personal favorite line, and that is, bryophytes carry more ecological importance than economic importance. What does that mean? What does that mean? Anand's Avenger people, give me a shout out. Anybody from Avengers batch? I've only taught ecology in that batch. You guys making business in the middle of class. Yeah, what to do? Business. What are you guys doing in the middle of my class? At least I'm making business. What are you making by writing that? Think about it. Huh? So, ecological role of an organism is the broad utility. Economic role of an organism is the narrow utility. What can be counted and measured is never profound. Whoa, that was a good one. Okay. So, what is the ecological importance? The wise ones know that soil will not be formed without bryophytes. They are so beautiful. Wow means wow. You know that in ecological succession, ma'am, it is out of syllabus, ma'am. This fact cannot be out of syllabus because it is mentioned in biological classification. The first community who comes on a bare land is lichen. What is a lichen? Myco plus phyco. Myco plus phyco. So lichen doesn't have any root or any penetrating structures. It just has some fancy hydrolytic enzymes owing to its fungal component. I hope you know that. If you don't know that, study with me biological classification. We are going to study everything about lichens, but in the endgame batch. Second ones are the mosses. Mosses have rhizoids. Rhizoids are going to penetrate into the crevices or the cracks brought about, cracks in the rock brought about by lichens. When those cracks will be further broken down and the rock will be broken down owing to the mosses, I will get some weathering of rock, some soil. But that's not it. If a soil does not have organic components, it is no good. Organic components can only be mixed into the soil if something living dies. Lichen being microscopic and dying is not adding much. Little bit of algae, little bit of fungus. But when these mosses die, that land becomes conducive or proper or beautiful or ready for the higher plants to come in. So boys and girls, soil formation is the first key function. You know what? There is no economic importance because I am not selling much of bryophytes in the market. Okay, there is nothing much extracted out of them through which I can do business. Yeah? Making a point should not do that so many times. Oh, okay. Point taken. You are amazing. Anything else? Anything else? Oh my God. Soil formation, I am just going to write ecological succession. Pioneer species. Pioneer species. What are pioneer species, ma'am? The species which come on the barren land in the early stages of succession. Second, soil erosion also. Soil erosion also is prevented. Why? If you go to the forest in Himalayas, in mountains, you will see a mat of mosses on the entire floor, on the entire soil. Yeah, so mosses grow as a mat, thereby binding the soil. Bog moss, for example. For example, sphagnum. Sphagnum, poor guy does that. Now, when I talk about sphagnum, this guy has some of the economic importance. And that is the favorite question of the examiner. Because the examiner is also focusing on business. That is the thing. So, peat moss. So certain key terms that are asked out of peat, certain key terms. I'm going to write them. If you want to learn, you learn. If you don't want to learn, then also it's okay. What can I do? So they are partially decomposed. Partially decomposed. That is the thing. Oh, that is the point. The very reason that peat is formed is because sphagnum, when it dies, poor guy, is not even decomposed. Ma'am, why? Ma'am, why? Everything that is organic, that is dying, is usually decomposed. Why this guy is not getting decomposed? Think about it. Partially decomposed, carbonized, that happens when something is not decomposed for a long time, over around 1000 years. And then fossilized, again, if something is not getting decomposed, fossils are made out of it, fossilized, and then it gets compressed. And then what you get is this carbon rich structure called as peat. It is actually black in color, so much of carbon. So when I dry it, I took it out and then I dried it and I made blocks out of it and I sold it as a carbon rich fuel. Okay, so you arrive at the concept, fuel, rich source of fuel, and it has a, somebody answered the, people are answering bookish things. Absorb water, water retention. My question was, why are they partially decomposed? Some people are going to Google. Nobody has Googled it. I am very happy. Nobody has answered it. Very happy. Okay, let me complete this. It is used as a fuel. You guys are absolutely right. What is given in the textbook. Let me write it with a different pen since you answered it. Well, because it retains water. So peat is also, this is the primary function. This is the primary function. So transshipment of living material. Let's say you guys want to send me flowers. Okay, I want a rare form of, you know, I don't like flowers. I shouldn't lie about it. What do I like? Send me Sanjeevani booty. Yeah, and Akash is sending some rare pteridophyte. I like pteridophytes more. From up in the Himalayas. Yeah? And while he sends it to me, he'll have to pack it in a suitable material so that the plant remains in viable living condition. So then he will use peat. You love botany, ma'am. Laharika, my darling, what else? What can I do? That's my cellular level organization. What do I do? You have Sanjeevani at home. Pteridophytes are very popular in Chinese and Ayurveda. They are really good. Chitu, okay. My dearest, we just did a lot of PYQs before the dinner break. And we are going to do PYQs in this session also. And tomorrow's special class that I have planned, the link is given in the description box. I don't have many links in my description, but that one link is all going to be about PYQs. Ma'am, can you discuss PYQ? So much fun spamming the chat box, no? I don't know why I never found it funny or fun. I got bored of it. Okay. You are going to make me miss some important point for sure. Yeah, the question, why is sphagnum partially decomposed? I am not happy with this. Come on people, yeah, we have to wrap it up quickly. Ma'am has a long way to go. Did you guys think about it? Why sphagnum is partially decomposed? I called it bog moss. Take the clue. Help yourself. Help yourself. I called it bog moss. What are bogs? Kuchbi. Kuchbi. Because of the phenolic compounds embedded in the moss's cell walls. Wow. Don't get chemistry into botany. Don't like it. Somebody was asking about PYQs. Where are you? Where are you? Whoever was asking about PYQs. There it is. 2023. Answers in the chat box, people. People have hemoglobin in their blood. I have chai in my blood. Yeah. So this is the question. The first stage of gametophyte in the life cycle of mosses is protonema stage. Yes, ma'am. Because protonema develops directly from spores produced in capsule. What do you think? Anant is saying both A and R. Are you sure? Everybody's with me? Okay, if you say so. Thank you very much. That's the correct answer. You guys are amazing as always. Pteridophytes it is, the third group. Guys, it is not really heartwarming when you guys don't give the answer, even after giving the hint. Sphagnum is called as bog moss. Sphagnum grows in bogs, marshes, swampy areas. In marshes, the soil is waterlogged. Do you all agree? It is all water logging condition, lot of water logging in the soil particles. That is the definition of a marsh. The conditions in the soil, since there is no oxygen, is anaerobic. And decomposition is essentially an aerobic process. Am I making sense? Hence, dead bodies of sphagnum remain partially decomposed. Little bit anaerobic decomposition will happen, but the poor guy never gets to die completely. Is that clear now? Dwarakesh Subramanian, glad to have you in my class here. Sphagnum, he has spoken my heart out, I think. Sphagnum is okay, that is out of the textbook, but yeah. Got it now? Pteridophytes, ladies and gentlemen, my favorite. I was waiting and waiting and waiting for pteridophytes. Kya kare? Pteris means fern. Phyte is a plant. Why I like pteridophyte is because they are the turning points or the milestones in the evolution of plant kingdom. If pteridophytes never existed, we would never have the plants that we have today. So the entire game changes in pteridophytes. Let's have a look. First successful terrestrial plants, also called as reptiles of plant kingdom. Now this speaks a lot, but anyway, I am also going to speak a lot. The first tracheophytes. That is the first time I get xylem and phloem. Okay, ma'am. Hence the two are related. The two are. You need my code. My code is. Are you saying like PM1 live? PM1 live. Looking like a wow. PM1 live. PM1 live. Laharika has pasted it. Laharika is such a beautiful name. Okay. So, other than the code, for the first time, sporophyte or the diploid phase is dominant. Here, dominant definitely doesn't mean that sporophyte is the only photosynthetic generation or gametophyte is going to be parasitic. Please don't jump to conclusions. When I say dominant, I simply mean the longevity. what is my duration in the life of the plant. Now, I have a fancy term for pteridophytes. Since we have introduced them into the class, can we call them cryptogamic tracheophytes? Do you all agree? If this is getting digested, it is okay. I don't want any cases of constipation or diarrhea in my class. Okay? Next people. Next thing ever. What about pteridophytes? What will be the next thing? Oh, for the first time, I see heterospory. And this, oh my God, this changes everything in plant kingdom. This is it. So, it is shown by only some of the pteridophytes. Most of the pteridophytes are homosporous. What do you mean by heterospory? That now there is a larger spore. Okay, and there is a smaller spore. Are we together? Yeah, I am not naming them or anything. I am just telling you that they are different now. Till bryophytes, they were same. They were all the same. This is going to cause, this makes them the precursors of seed habit. And now you know why I said that they are the milestones or the turning points. Have you ever traveled in the hills? One turn makes the difference. There's no going back. Okay, the next point. What could be the next point? Two types of leaves are present. Microphylls and macrophylls. Oh, yes, most important point. I'm so sorry. First time I see true root, stem and leaves. When I say true, boys and girls, this should have been, actually, honestly, if you ask me, my bad, totally. This should have been here. Yeah? This should have been here. Finds a place here. When I say true, it means if I open the sections, yeah, I find the vascular cylinder, I find the tissue organization, I find the mighty parenchyma, all of that paraphernalia. Good? With me? Now, no. Don't, Shoaib, not yet. Don't jump. See, this is what you do. Let the plant group get introduced. Always go from basics to advanced. That is, let's not mug up points. Retention of female gametophyte on parent sporophyte. Not good for the head. Okay, so this is the 7th point. The 8th point is also very important. What is the 8th point in the life? 8th point is important. And that is, after all is said and done, what do you think? They still need water for fertilization. Okay? Need water for fertilization. Poor guys. Although they are successful land plants, but evolution wise, they could not. This is the reason that they are not successful, and today we hardly see them, hardly any living pterido, except the ferns, of course. So they could not diverse in they could not be diverse in habitat. This will become AR question. Amma. This is the generic introduction, calling pteridophyte in the class, making them sit. Hello, how are you? This is just the generic introduction. Now we will move on to other advanced concepts. Basics are clear, everybody. Most of the basic points is something that you already know, that they are tracheophytes, true root, stem and leaf. Yeah. Now let's go further. Let's talk some beginers. Do you see this? when I say true root, stem and leaf, what did this guy do? This guy took the help of an underground stem here. Underground stem, if you remember from morphology, in angiosperms also we have rhizome as the underground stem, don't we? Who is going to make me happy and be my darling today and tell me the example of angiospermic rhizome? Come on, people. Thank you. Anand, stop it. Let somebody else also answer, Baba. Let somebody else also answer. Underground stem called rhizome. Now, children, angiosperms said, angiosperms told us 2 weeks back, same place, same person, that if roots arise from a stem, they are going to be called as, what kind of roots arise from stem? What kind of roots arise from stem? Come on. Okay, thank you. Thank you for keeping my heart intact. Yes, so the roots are adventitious. How will you remember that they are not tap roots? Actually, this guy doesn't need taproot here, right? It's a small plant. They are very small plants. Now have a look at this. I've given you the example. The way to remember is ferns will have mostly macrophyls, large leaves. Other groups, Selaginella is a lower pteridophyte. It's a lower pteridophyte. Will have microphylls. Microphylls means small leaves. Now people, have a look at this. They are also called as fronds. Okay, fine. They are going to be photosynthetic. Have you heard about the frond anywhere in the evening before? Yeah, around 6 or something PM. Let me know. Yeah, good, very good. Spam the chat box. Excellent job. But be innovative. Now, let's say this is a normal photosynthetic microphyll. A normal photosynthetic leaf. Some of the leaves at the time of reproduction are going to take the responsibility of producing the spores. Because I am a sporophyte. What is the ploidy of leaf? It is all 2n now. Things have changed here. So sporophyte is now going to say, hey, time has come. We have to do meiosis. We have to produce spores. We have to create the new plant. Such leaves are called as sporophylls. So I am going to write here only reproductive. Whether I am a micro or a macro, reproductive. And this is also happening for the first time. Pteridophyte in my head, the emotion that I have for pteridophyte is first timers. First of everything. And first of everything is very beautiful. Yeah. Reproductive leaves are sporophylls. Is that very, very clear? Is that very, very clear? Now, let's use our sweet common sense. We're darlings, right? We know that spores are not going to come directly on sporophylls. What do you think? What do they come in? Spores have to be protected, yeah? They're going to do bigger things later on. What will they come in? Well, they will arise within sporangia. Sporangia. So, Sporophylls develop small sac-like structures called sporangia. Is that clear? And on the sporangia, now we are deciding whether we are going to understand gymnosperms or not right now. So I am taking you, I am holding you very carefully. I am just initiating you into it. This is the basic here. So sporangia will produce spores. I am not concerned about right now about micro, macro, what is happening. In a normal homosporous pteridophyte, this is happening. Are we together? In some pteridophytes, next part of the story, only and only if you have understood this much, you will understand the next part of the story. In some pteridophytes, how sphagnum was my favorite in bryophytes, here it is Selaginella. Because Selaginella is also Sanjeevani Booty. Hanumanji carried it for Lakshmanji. Selaginella bryoteris is Sanjeevani Booty. In some Selaginella, for example, equisitum also, the wise ones know, sporophylls unite to form, answers in the chat box, cones. And why should we answer? Or strobili. So one question is solved. This is also first time happening. In pteridophyte, everything, like I told you, plant kingdom takes a different turn altogether. It's a different picture altogether. The movie has changed. Okay? So that is one thing. Right? Then I'll take a pause here because something happens with sporangia also. But that is the case of ferns. Now what is going to happen is there's so much to tell. Who is going to show him is going to remind me, ma'am, what happens with sporangia in ferns? Would you do that? Would you do that? Please do that. Okay, coming to the life cycle. Now we'll draw the life cycle together, or you want me to go to the Haplodiplontic life cycle? Because there's a certain change. In Bryophyte, who was at the top? It was Gametophyte. Who was the boss? It was Gametophyte. What should I write here? Please guide me. What should I write here? I to just know I learnt Haplontic life cycle, ma'am. Rest so I don't know at all what to do. Haplodiplontic life cycle. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Sporophyte, if you say so. Now we are going to understand this life cycle using our heads. A little bit we can use them. Little bit. 2%. Sporophyte. What is the ploidy of sporophyte? I don't know. What is the ploidy of sporophyte? No clue at all. It is ploidy based questions are a must. Sporophyte is going to do what? On the sex organs. Sporic meiosis. Sporic, I am just repeating. I told you in the beginning of the class. I am going to repeat life cycles like nobody's business. Okay, I'll get spores. What is the ploidy of this spore? I have no clue. Quick. Thank you, sunlight. It is N. What is this N going to do? Please tell me. What is this N going to develop into? मैम खुद भी कुछ लिख लिया करो, हमसे ही पूछते रहते हो. Gametophyte. Yes. What is the ploidy of gametophyte? N. Acha, tell me one thing. Tell me one thing, over smart people. What kind of division will happen here? Mitosis. Because development is happening. Now gametophyte, what will it do? It will produce gametes. Because the job of sporophyte is to produce spores, the job of gametophyte is to produce gametes. The job of sporophyte is to produce spores, the job of gametophyte is to produce gametes. Done? Say it in one breath. And then gametes are going to fuse together and form the zygote. What is the process called as syngamy? There's a reason I'm writing the life cycle myself again. And zygote is going to develop into, go back to the address, which is sporophyte. This, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, baby sir, kursi ki beti, this is known as, I have a lot of 2n. N. Maja mein. Okay, so this is called as the mighty, na teri na meri, haplodiplontic life cycle. Both the generations are present pretty much. Yeah, the gametophyte and the sporophyte phase. This is the life cycle of a homosporous pteridophyte. This is the life cycle of a homosporous pteridophyte. Now people, this life cycle, when it takes place in case of a fern, this life cycle when it takes place in the case of a fern, this gametophyte is called as prothallus. Once again, if somebody says prothallus is a feature of pteridophytes, please don't do that. The precise concept is prothallus is a feature of only ferns. Okay? So this gametophyte or prothallus is heart shaped. Thallus, what is a thallus? Simply means no root, no stem, no leaf. So this is like gametophyte is saying, I was the boss in the life of a bryophyte. You can't take that away. I'm going to be the boss. So he comes into existence for some time, but then he dies. He quickly dies. Okay? So inconspicuous, rhizoids are present. Very, very important point. This guy is photosynthetic. That is, he is independent. He is haploid. Okay? He is multicellular. Who is spamming? Why do you care about it? If you care about every kind of spam that happens in life, good, that's about it. This is a characteristic feature of pteridophytes. Question from 2023, NEET 2023, everybody, answers in the chat box. Identify the pair of heterosporous pteridophytes. I didn't tell you yet, my bad. Heterosporous, I thought I'll give you the life cycle of heterosporae. So I kept it deliberately, but I'm going to tell you in the main notes. We have 8 points. I don't like 8 points. Let's make it 9. That's the, I've been pushed to do that. So Did I say, okay, we can add it here itself rather than writing it here. So there are 3 examples. 2 are very much in your textbook. Selaginella is our favorite. Salvinia is an aquatic fern, although they are supposed to be terrestrial, but Salvinia is called terror of Kashmir. Okay, Salvinia, like Eichhornia is the terror of Bengal, Salvinia is terror of Kashmir. And Marsilia. SSM, these are heterosporous. Mane, they will produce a larger spore, female is always the largest spore, and this will be the male spore. Happy? Can we, yeah, make sense? Now you can solve that question. See, where is it? No, yeah, there you go. From 2023. Now it is a chaplu question. Anybody can solve it. Answers in the chat box, everybody. Good, no? Chalo. Next. So classification of pteridophytes. Let's write classification of pteridophytes before we go to NCERT images. NCERT images are very, 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 very important. So first is Psilopsida, Lycopsida, then Sphenopsida, then Pteropsida. Simple. This one is most advanced. This I have written in the order of advancement. So these are living fossil. First we'll write the example mentioned in NCERT. This is, let me mention it because you guys create a lot of, ma'am, why did you tell us about the classification? So classic example is Psilotum. Okay, and it is called as the living fossil. It is called the living fossil because it is the only organism who is alive, and it hasn't changed. The very idea of living fossil, it hasn't changed since it first appeared on Earth. Okay, and this guy is so primitive that it bears rhizoids. So it tells that he has come from bryophytes. Happy? Okay, then Lycopsida. Lycopsida has your Selaginella. Finally, Selaginella, who's also heterosporous, we know now, and who also is the example of microphyll. And we have Lycopodium. Sphenopsida will have equisetum. Will have the equisetum. Also, I think the one with the xylem has vessels in equisetum. Very, very important. Who thought that xylem, a pteridophyte, could ever have vessels? This is a super ranker question, I tell you. Okay, which pteridophyte has vessels? It is equisetum, the only living genus of Sphenopsida. Like I said, these guys are also almost gone. Only Pteropsida is pretty much present everywhere. Only living genus, also called as the horsetails, because of their jointed structure, which I am going to show you. I will show you the structure why they are called horsetails. Yeah, and then comes Pteropsida. The ferns, classic feature is that they have ornamental leaves, which are beautiful, ornamental leaves. Classic examples are the Dryoteris. Like I said, she's really liked in Chinese medicine, but what is liked in exam is Adiantum. Adiantum is the walking fern, as you know her, and also the maidenhair fern, as most of you don't know her. So what is happening in Adiantum is the leaf, the tip of the leaf has the adventitious bud, and wherever there is a bud, there is a growth. So when this tip, the tip has to touch the ground. The tip of the leaf, when it touches the ground, this adventitious bud forms a new fern. So it seems like it is walking on the ground. Okay. And why maidenhair fern? Because of shiny, silky, small, kya kamal, petioles of the leaf. Petioles. I had released a shot on the channel. I don't know if you guys have watched it. I released the 4 P's of botany. Yeah, because we keep speaking about these things, petiole, peduncle, pedicel. Are we very clear here? No problem at all? Now, I don't need Shoaib to remind me because I sort of remember. Ready people? Ready for another concept? Yeah? Look at these ferns. There is a diagram given in your NCRT. Before I go to the diagram, I said sporophyll is going to carry sporangia. Sporangia will have within them the spores. And you agreed. Then I said sporophylls will form cones in Equisetum and Selaginella. You guys agreed. But in ferns, what happens is the sporangia also unite together. The sporangia unite to form sori. Singular being sorus. These sori are usually present in the lower surface of the leaf. Why is plant doing all this? There is nothing to do, so I thought I will make sori. No. Protection, the plant is getting a message from the creation. The more you protect the spores, the propagative units, the next generation successful you will be. Fern is the last member. She knows that gymnosperms are going to come into the picture. She has got the order from Brahmaji. So something like that. Now let me show you what is given in this one. There is a question. Okay, let's solve the question. From NEET 2023 again, there is a question. Answers in the chat box, everybody. Sure? Nobody is giving the answer in the chat box. Okay. No problem. Oh, somebody did. Anant. Okay. Which of the following statements is true? All pteridophytes exhibit haplodiplontic pattern. Diplomatic, it seems. This is how it was asked in the exam also. Okay. Diplontic pattern, yes. Seed bearing plants follow haplontic patterns. So wrong. Bad means bad. We know spermatophytes are all diplontic. Most algal genera are diplontic. I know we got the answer, but still. So bad. They are haplontic. Most bryophytes do not have. This is also diplomatic. This is also wrong. So the correct answer remains as all pteridophytes exhibit haplodiplontic pattern. Laharika, is that okay, darling? Look at this. This is also from NCRT, if I am not wrong. Siloxida, Lycopsida, Sphinx. Just do one example. Equisetum. But I am not interested in this. I am more interested in this. Have a look here. Have a look. Do you see these? These are sorai. They are very powdery to touch, and you will easily see them if you visit mountains. I've done that. Maybe if I'll travel to mountains very soon, a trip is due, I always, every year, for every batch I do that. I go to the mountains, show them the cones. Yeah, I'll be live somewhere. The gymnosperm cones are so widespread. Yeah, people are always playing and making artifacts out of those cones. I'll show you the male cone and the female cone. They're so vividly different. And we could see sorai. If you touch these structures, they're arranged in 2 rows. See, parallel rows. Parallel rows. Beautiful means beautiful. Yeah. You touch them, there'll be a brownish yellowish powder on your hand. Why? There are so many spores which are produced. Okay? Everybody is fine? Rest, this is all NCERT, also called as fronds, microfill. Quickly give me the example of microfill. Selaginella, the lower gymnosperms. Your megafill will be ferns. Function of fills, I already told you in the beginning. Pteridophytes reproduce with the help of sporophylls, which at time also form cones or strobili. Okay, as if, my favorite. This is what I am looking for. Ready, people? What is a seed habit? The habit of producing seeds is seed habit. We see that seeds were first present in gymnosperms and angiosperms, agreed. But the evolutionary force or the trigger of having seeds started from pteridophytes. Okay? Extremely important question. Concept based question, so not many students get it correctly. Pteridophytes are precursors of seed habit. Precursors of seed habit. That means they developed certain prerequisites to develop seeds. Okay? So the prerequisites of seed habit. Okay? So now the first prerequisite is heterospory. The first prerequisite is heterospory. That is, give me examples of heterospory fast. Answers in the chat box. So, this one. Examples of heterospory. Everybody. Thank God I didn't book any flights. Thank you, sir. Oh, where were you? Samira, where were you? I missed you so much. Ma'am, you say that to everybody. Yeah, I do that. Okay, done. So, heterospory means I have a megaspore and I have a microspore. Okay? Does that make sense? This megaspore, let me draw the life cycle itself. Let me do the life cycle of a heterosporous pteridophyte. Sporophyte, 2N is going to form 2 spores now. Microspore and it is going to form megaspore. Happy? Is that clear? Now I have 2 spores instead of 1. the male spore and the female spore. This megaspore is going to develop into female gametophyte. So the first prerequisite is heterospory. Second thing is this microspore, eyes on the screen. This microspore is going to travel to the female gametophyte and then develop into the male gametophyte. Okay, so develops on female gametophyte. How does it travel? Anybody? What is the travel mode here? It is water. That's why pteridophyte is not successful. So the second prerequisite, development of male gametophyte on female. Female gametophyte. So male has left the parent, ladies and gentlemen. The male has left the parent, that is the parent sporophyte. But the female gametophyte is retained on sporophyte. She is not going anywhere. The third prerequisite, very, very important, is retention of. So people might write retention of gametophyte on the parent sporophyte. No, be more precise. Retention of female gametophyte. Because female gametophyte is going to nurture. Female gametophyte is going to nurture the future generation. It's not the male. The male goes off, it dies. Don't care. As soon as the microspore reaches on the female gametophyte, the gametes, the sperms are released, the structure goes off, but female gametophyte remains. Okay, retention of female gametophyte on parent sporophyte. Now what will happen is, this N gamete, microspore is not the gamete. Microspore is not the gamete, remember. And this female gametophyte will have the N, that is the egg. When they fuse together, the zygote is also, zygote and embryo, they also happen within female gametophyte. Which is still on the sporophyte. This female gametophyte goes back and develops into sporophyte. Okay. So the fourth point is, I wrote the most important one. Consequently, fertilization and embryo development within female gametophyte. So, ma'am, if it is so cool that you are getting embryo in the female gametophyte, you are getting zygote, why there is no seed? Why there is no seed? Because this sporophyte where megaspore was present, we are concerned about megaspore, right? Where is megaspore formed, ladies and gentlemen? Within megasporangium. Yes, we promised that since we started with pteridophytes, we promised, okay, megaspore will be formed in megasporangium, microspore will be formed in microsporangium, everybody is very happy. This megasporangium is not integumented. What are the parts of a seed, Baba? A seed is not just the embryo. A seed is seed coat. and the embryo at least. Not even talking about cotyledons. Cool. So I am going to play safe and write it here. No seed is formed. Poor guy, Pteridophyte, did everything. It made all possible ground for the seed to be formed. Don't you think so? Only thing is now embryo didn't get a coat. I don't have an ovule. I follow the rules. Seed is ripened ovule. Khattam. You don't give me ovule, I don't make seed. Here is the embryo, fine. Develop it into the new sporophyte, tata bye bye. But the tune to form seed, and then gymnosperms realized, we just need a coat and we'll get seeds. But they are protecting the future generation further because they know that will mark their success. Cool? Did you get that? Did you get that? So this is the life cycle of this is what it means. Not really explained in NCERT but asked in questions. This is what it means when we say that they are precursors of seed habit. Good. Ecological and economic importance of pteridophytes, I can't really think about anything other than ecological importance. No, not much. Bryophytes releases anti-helminthic drugs, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So they've done so much already. So Bryophytes is used. This I know from my personal research that Bryophytes was used in ancient medicine. When soldiers got hurt, because everybody is always fighting. They used to boil the bark of the rhizome, I'm sorry, not bark, the rhizome of Bryophytes, and it's supposed to have anti-parasitic for sure, and antibacterial properties also, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. So Bryophytes is anti-helminthic, drugs. Okay, we can quickly go to I feel, and Selaginella is called as, if I am not wrong, it is called as the club moss or the spike moss. And I told you that Bryophytes, if at all he wants to ask, is the most potent medicine. Yeah, somewhere hidden in the jungle of, in the beginning of the lecture after about 2 hours, you answered the question as Spirogyra, as it has mannitol, but you told under chlorophyce which reserve. I remember that question and we marked, so yeah, let me tell you, good question. The question was identify the incorrect statement, and it was written that Spirogyra has mannitol. So definitely it becomes incorrect, right? Spirogyra, like you rightly said, is supposed to have starch. Priyadarshini, darling, I'll write it here. I'll repeat it, although I've said it a lot of times, that adiantum is walking fern. Happy? The leaf tip has adventitious bud, okay, and this usually happens, I'm not able to pronounce your name, but this usually happens with incorrect and correct kind of statements. Not your fault. Is that clear? Adiantum is walking fern. The tip of the leaf has to touch the ground. The examiner can trap you. I don't trust the examiner. I just trust our preparation. Achha, one thing is, Azolla is a aquatic fern. I also want you to write examples of aquatic ferns. Would you do that with me? I just want you to write Azolla and Salvinia. Azolla and Salvinia are aquatic ferns. We said they are terrestrial plants, but these guys are still in the water. Aquatic ferns. Okay. So Azolla has a symbiotic relationship. Always is a good news with BGA. Which BGA? Anabina Azollae. Okay. And what do they do? BGA is very good with, especially Anabina auntie is very good with nitrogen fixation. So oh, okay, that's a story I'll tell you when we have class in the batch. Symbiotic with Anabina Azollae. Due to this superpower of nitrogen fixation, which plants and you and I, no animal, nobody in the animal kingdom, nobody in the plant kingdom, nobody can fix this nitrogen. What human beings started doing? They started inoculating in paddy fields. So this is one commercial use, if you ask me. Other than that, I too can't remember any much of economic importance. Inoculation in paddy fields for nitrogen fixation. Does that sound good? Salvinia, I want you to write, is called terror of, it's a aquatic weed. It's not a good thing. So it has big leaves, you know, it has beautiful leaves, and you'll see Salvinia growing all around the lakes, all over the water bodies in Kashmir. So this is called terror of Kashmir, just like terror of Bengal. Okay, these are the only things. Okay, a question from NEET 2022. Come on people, you can do it fast. There is a place, Anant, with your name in Kashmir. Beautiful means beautiful it is. Everybody is okay with second. Let me also solve. Chlamydomonas is a moss. Oh, such a easy question. Use your elimination technique. Go away. Oh, there's only one to eliminate. Good, I like that. Cycas is a gymnosperm. Very good. Cycas goes for fourth. Where is the fourth? Eliminate. Eliminate. Got the answer. There's a reason I say 20 seconds for botany. Botany is the best. Write in the chat box, botany is the best. Come on people, you feel it. Yeah, it just happens in a jiffy. Botany is the best. Srinath, you're doing very well. You know, I've seen you improving. I want in the comment section also, botany is the best. You know, botany is not really liked by people. I know you must be thinking that cannot be true, but I've always, whenever I've entered a batch, no, choose one, yaar. Exclusivity is very important. Botany is the best. Don't give me physics is best, chemistry is best. They could be nice, but botany is love. Yeah? Good. That is just to make you realize that you guys can do anything. Selaginella is who? Pteridophyte. Sphagnum is who? Moss. Achha, one more thing. I did negative marking in my time. Selaginella is called as club moss. So examiner tends to play around that, so that you see the term moss and you mark it as bryophyte. Don't do that. Can you take care of that? Okay, good. This is done. Gymnosperms, people. We start with gymnosperms. If you have understood pteridophytes, gymnosperm is nothing to be scared of. Okay? So, first seed bearing plants. spermatophytes. Am I wrong or right? If I am producing seed, I just saw with ma'am quite in detail that I need to have essential heterospory. But before that, let's do the dissection part. Gymnos means naked. Sperm means seed. They have naked seeds because they don't have a flower. They don't have ovary. Does that mean angiosperms means covered seeds? Angios means covered. Sperm means seed. Majjani life. Kya hi chahiye? No. Okay, the word angios is not covered. Naked seeds, essentially, the word essentially is to be marked upon heterosporous. Essentially heterosporous. Diplontic life cycle for the first time. Oh, shouldn't say that, there are algae. Diplontic life cycle. Then what else? We are introducing, we are just extracting information from what we already know. There's nothing new. Xylem with only tracheads. This is also the very last class on Game of NEET. Xylem is only tracheads, no vessels, and phloem. I'm just waiting for points from you guys since you're so busy in the chat box. Phloem is sieve cells, and what are the other cells? Please answer that. Albuminous cells. See, I have written nothing new, I tell you. Now I'm going to write something new because it's my favorite point. I've waited enough. Sixth point. Gymnosperms are known to show extensive xerophytic adaptations. You will find gymnosperms in xerophytic conditions, either very warm, tropical areas, or very cold. Again, go to Himalayas. You'll mostly find pine trees there. Okay, ephedra also, but mainly conifers. Christmas tree. We just celebrated Christmas. What is Christmas tree? It's a conifer, Orocaria columinaris, if I'm not wrong. Orocaria, but I grew up with an Orocaria. So, xerophytic adaptations. Some authors believe that xerophytic adaptations of gymnosperms are even better than angiosperms. Yeah? So, xerophytic adaptations. Another new point for you. Tallest tree belongs to gymnosperms. They attain great heights here. 112 meter. Tallest tree. Answers in the chat box. Previous year question. Don't tell me later. Sequoia sempervirens. Yeah, it's the giant redwood tree. It's considered as a wonder in the plant kingdom. Giant redwood tree, and it's a gymnosperm. It's actually in California. People go there to see this. California. Yeah, 112 meter. Is that clear? Then what else is there? For the first time, understand from this point. I don't want you to learn anything new. From this point and the understanding of what I just spoke about, prerequisite, what do you think? What will be another first in the life of a gymnosperm? If I am saying that it is the first seed producing plant, for the first time I have an integumented megasporangium. ovule is present from gymnosperm side, pollen grain is present from there is nothing new in angiosperms in this matter. So ovule, in fact the largest ovules of the plant kingdom belong to gymnosperms. Ovule is present, pollen grain is present. Let me make it 9 points. Pollen grains travel by anemophily. So you get the pollination also. They say that gymnosperms could not be successful for this reason. Although they had excellent adaptations, they were okay. They were managing with soft xylem as well. They could not really develop mechanisms of pollination and seed dispersal. My favorite point, I like the number 10. So let's write 10 points. What do you think? Let's make it 10. No, it's not my favorite number, but better than 9. What do we already know? Secondary growth. Till pteridophytes, you have got nothing to do with secondary growth. Yeah? So, vascular cambium. Secondary growth. How can we forget, right? Secondary growth. We kept saying in the last lecture, secondary growth is a feature of dicots, gymnosperms, dicots, gymnosperms. That is why they get so much of wood now. So, secondary growth is present. This is the introduction of gymnosperms, boys and girls. Extremely good. Looking like a wow. If you are not writing along with, you should take a screenshot to get maximum benefit of handwritten notes. There we go. Now, cones are extensively seen in gymnosperms. They don't shy away. Why? They are again trying to form a reduced structure. Okay. So, if this is the sporophytic tree, this is the sporophytic tree which is performing its photosynthesis with no care in the world, and then at the time of reproduction, certain leaves said, let's come together and take part in reproduction. You call them megasporophylls. Okay, let's call them microsporophylls. No, that will be wrong. This has to be mega. I knew it. You know why? I'll just tell you in a while. This is also precise. Megasporophyll. Next time when you visit the mountains or somebody who's already in the mountains, I lost, I had the cone in my, I think it's my mother has stolen it. Whatever is about plants, she steals and goes away here. I'll get a cone for you maybe. So what happens is, this is megasporophyll. The megasporophylls, this cone is very different. If somebody is in the mountains, go see it right now. The megasporophylls are loosely arranged. This is written in NCERT but not shown. It's not a compact structure. Female cone is not a compact structure. It is also called as megasporangiate cone. Megasporangiate cone. Why? Because this cone is going to have megasporangia. Then comes the male cone or the aggregation of microsporophylls. Okay? It is called as the, please be very clear with terminologies. He is going to trap you in terminology. You guys will be okay with the life cycle. But when it comes to terminology, it traps you. Microsporangiate people. Good. It is a compact structure. Why microsporangiate? Lot of microsporangia. Now this tree had both the cones on the same tree. That you will not find very easily. No, that is what you will find in mountains. Yeah, last year around this day I was up, very up in the mountain. Yeah, and I went live and showed it to my students. This year somehow I could not go. So this condition is going to be called as monoecious condition. Why did I say that you will find this in the mountains? Because pine trees are monoecious. Extremely important question asked every year. Make a note. Make a note. Similarly, let me give you the spoiler. In Cycas, which is the another celebrated gymnosperm, we just talk about these guys. Others are extinct, living fossils. Cycas is also living fossil, if you ask me. They are somehow present. So Cycas, they are present on different trees. So female tree will have the female cone. Male tree will have the male cone. This is called as dioecious condition. I am going to do the service and write the differences between Cycas and Pinus, because every year there is a question. Now something serious is going to happen. Please be very, very ready. Are you guys ready for something serious to happen? NCERT speaks volumes about gymnosperms but somehow fails to give a life cycle. Questions will come from life cycle. Let's do the life cycle of a gymnosperm. Are we ready? I want your attention for the next 5-7 minutes like there's no tomorrow. There's no tomorrow. There's no tomorrow, or think it in a way that tomorrow is your exam and this question is coming, and I mean it. Whenever I've told you this question is coming, you've seen it in the previous year papers. Life cycle of gymnosperm, extremely important. Thank you for the fire. Tat Agni, Yat Agni. Okay, so now there is nothing on the board as usual. Let me just write it. Megasporangiate. ठीक है ना? Megasporangiate, microsporangiate, okay, megasporangium. I am absolutely starting from absolute basics so that even if you haven't heard till now, you get it now. Microsporangiate, microsporangia, yeah, microsporangiate cone will have microsporangia. Good. Megasporangium is called as integumented ovule. This is the reason we get the seed here. Hence, worth mentioning. Happy? You should be happy. Okay, very important point. Microsporangia. What will happen in microsporangia? Meiosis. In spore mother cell, I am writing it in short form. In spore mother cell, let's be a little audacious and write it in pollen mother cell. You don't get pollen, you get microspore. You get microspore. the first cell of the gametophytic generation. Microspore is going to change into pollen grain. The good part is you've already studied this in sexual reproduction, which was my first chapter here, haven't you? Who knows, ma'am? As if we remember. Pollen grain is the male gametophyte. So, this precocious development within the parent. What is precocious development? I've told you. You know, when the next generation is sort of developing within the parent, happens. But in angiosperms, you had two male gametes that the pollen grain was carrying. Yes? Vegetative cell divides into two male gametes. It travels through the pollen tube, all of that. Here, only one male gamete will be functional. Different point, not given in textbook. But we have to go better. We have to do better in life. We can't just stick to bookish knowledge, can we? Thank you for all the fire signs. Now, let's follow the order here as well. Megasporangium, what will happen? Meiosis in MMC. Why MMC? Why not PMC, ma'am? Because it is megaspore mother cell. I get megaspore. Now what is going to happen? Just like angiosperms, I'll have 4 megaspores. How many megaspores were functional in angiosperms? Ma'am, so don't remember only. Ma'am doesn't remember. How many megaspores were functional? Functional means who's going to go further and take part in the future activities. 1. Here also 1 remains functional. 1 micropylar. Why am I doing that? 1 micropylar remains functional. Remains functional. Whatever I am writing with a different pen is a previous year question. Is that clear? Now it is going to undergo all the mitotic division, and here comes the moment of today's story. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where Janta gets, masses get super confused. This functional megaspore is going to form and the curtains are down. Endosperm is not a product of triple fusion. So, if megaspore is forming endosperm, what is the ploidy of endosperm? This is where you guys cry the most. This is why plant kingdom is not so good, and I promised you at 5:03 p.m. that I am going to make it super palatable, super tasty, super yummy. Okay, so now endosperm is a haploid structure. It is the female gametophyte. It is the female gametophyte, and it is formed by pre-fertilization. These 3 points will fetch you questions. Endosperm is the female gametophyte in gymnosperm. It is formed pre-fertilization. It is not a product of triple fusion. It is haploid and ploidy. Where is this happening? This is in the ovule, integumented ovule. Yes, this is the micropylar end. And in this ovule, I have the nutritive endosperm. But within this endosperm, I told you, gymnosperms are archegoniates. They didn't let go of archegonia. Within the archegonia, I have just drawn 2 depending on the plant. They can be more as well. Within the archegonia, I have the egg. And yes, if there are multiple archegonia, there will be multiple eggs. I repeat, if there are multiple archegonia, there will be multiple eggs. It's not like angiosperms. Oh, you can have only one egg, female gametophyte, very fixed, antipodal. Egg apparatus, everything is fixed. No. Okay. Now, this pollen grain with one male gamete that you formed is going to go zig through anemophily. We can fit in here, we can fit in here. Through anemophily. Through anemophily. That is the only mode of pollination these guys could know. And this end structure will unite with this end structure and form the zygote. This zygote, ladies and gentlemen, is now lying in this ovule. So, this zygote, as it develops, that is needless to say, but then embryo will be the ovule, will be the seed. And that is how they become the spermatophytes. That's it. You got the next generation which is more protected. It is going to germinate and give rise to the new plant. Just because this zygote, or this was happening in pteridophytes, but just because the zygote now got the ovule over it, the covering over it, you get the seed. Is that clear to everybody? Now, one of my favorite points that I would like to write here, not my favorite only, you guys are going to tell me that a seed is 3 generations locked into one. How? How? Answers in the chat box, people. I think my L4 and L5 vertebrae are calling to sit. So, I am going to make use of this chair, and yeah, I am not going to give you break at such an exciting point. There's so much of going on. Take a screenshot of this. Guys, please prove this, that seed is 3 generations locked into one. At least tell me one generation, yaar. Break demanded for students. So nice. Okay, I will wait while I am not even heard. Nobody listens to me, I will wait. Nobody is answering. Oxytocin? Yeah, you know what? When they assembled me, the robot, they forgot to put that thing which is there in hypothalamus. Yeah, they forgot the chip for food, for hunger. So there I go. I just don't stop. Ask the assemblers. Yeah, you guys are not telling me. Okay, think about it. It is written right here, yaar. Everything is right in front of you. Thoda sa, little bit work you can do. Expectations are cause of disappointment. I'm telling you. Okay, number 1. Well, people, let's get serious now. This embryo within the ovule embryo within the ovule. Embryo within the ovule is going to eat the entire nucellus of the ovule while it is developing. But what remains are the seed coats which were integuments of the ovule. So I still got the parent generation in the form of integuments. And that is where you students miss it. 2n. I am writing the ploidy also. Okay. Second thing, embryo, which is the future sporophyte, embryo or the future sporophyte, sporophyte. What is the ploidy? 2n. What is the ploidy? 2n. And who is within, embryo is present within what? Female gametophyte. That is the endosperm. I am going to write endosperm only now that you know. Endosperm. What is the ploidy of endosperm in gametophytes? What is the ploidy? If you answer this, I will have a reason to smile. Sure? 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 No? 2n? 3n. Endosperm is supposed to be 3n. Yaar. No? Sure? Final answer? Okay. There we go. That's why a seed is 3 generations together. Grandma, mama and the baby. Can I go further? Would you mind that? Yeah, I actually didn't use my chair at all. Any doubts in the life cycle of gymnosperms? If you understand this, you have come a long way. If you don't understand this, go to the exam center with your own risk. Let's go to the classification and then we are done. Oh, NCERT, just reminding you the life cycle once again, although I've explained the life cycle in a good way. On the other extreme is the type. Why do you call it the diplontic life cycle? Yeah, one thing I want to add here, I know why I added this. I know now. Here, you have to remember one thing, that gametophyte of pteridophytes was still independent. It still had a viable structure. It still was performing photosynthesis and everything. But this gametophyte is very, very reduced in gymnosperms. Okay, and the same fashion is followed in angiosperms. So the gametophyte further gets reduced after pteridophytes in gymnosperms, is why I think it's given in NCERT somewhere. Let's read it. On the other extreme is the type wherein the diploid sporophyte is the dominant one, photosynthetic one, independent phase. Yeah, this is the definition. These words are very nice to be read. This is the definition of a dominant phase. The gametophytic phase is represented by single to few celled haploid gametophyte. Okay, so this is what has happened with us in case of gymnosperms. This kind of life cycle, la la la, and alga fucus represents this. Okay, this we saw early in the evening. In addition, all seed bearing plants, now we are talking sense, gymnosperms follow this pattern with some variations. What are the variations? What are the variations? You see that it is very, very reduced, wherein the gametophytic phase is few to multi-celled. What I am going to write? Not independent, ma'am use a different color. Not independent, fully dependent on gametophyte, on sporophyte, and few celled, and it is very short lived. It is very short-lived. Classification of gymnosperms quickly. Cycadophyta, Coniferophyta, just the basics. Ginkgophyta and Neetophyta. Come on, what are the examples, people? Cycas, living fossil, hasn't changed. The reason is hasn't changed since Triassic period. Since Triassic era. Conifers, pine tree and Araucaria, they are more diverse. They are more diverse than Cycas. Yeah, we don't but yeah, they are also limited to the mountains. Okay. Ginkgo biloba is the only one. It is also a living fossil. It is also a living fossil. Since we have two, I am mentioning it otherwise. Now, one very beautiful question. It is maidenhair tree. It is maidenhair tree. Guys, what was maidenhair fern? Can you tell me? Quickly, quickly. This is the confusion people have. You will score very good if you make these distinctions. And Neetophyta is Neetum, Ephedra and Welwitschia. Welwitschia. Is that clear to everybody? That's all I want you to remember. That's all I want you to remember. Select the correct statement, everybody. Answers in the chat box. Quickly, quickly. We are at the last of the chat box. Zeno, last. This is the last. I'm going. What is walking fern, Laharika? You tell me. If this is, that is the answer. True. Smart. Very good. Anand, why did you take so much of time? I want more answers. More answers. More answers. More answers. Salvia, ginkgo and pinus are, okay, first what is asked, we mark that. Salvia, Salvinia, aquatic fern, ginkgo, oh, this is a pteridophyte, and pinus are all gymnosperms. Sequoia is one of the tallest trees. Why one of the tallest? Eucalyptus and angiosperms is also very tall. The leaves of gymnosperms are not well adapted to extremes of climate. Very wrong. Gymnosperms are both, you got the answer, gymnosperms are both homosporous and heterosporous. Why is this wrong, Dipti? Ganeshwari, Likita, why is this wrong? I think this is right. Why this is wrong? Bolo? Now I want you to have a fixated look. Thank you, Dharun. Where were you? Where were you till now? क्लास के बीच में आई है चिट्ठी आई है मुझको. Some people write khats, you know. So like I was saying here, gymnosperms are both homosporous and heterosporous is wrong. They are essentially heterosporous. Otherwise, they would not be able to produce seeds. Now have a look at this here. I want you to look at this structure and appreciate how spiny and needle-like it is. Then I'll go to the next and the most important part of today's session, which is fetching one MCQ. Okay, and have a look at this plant also, where you have the cone and the plant is growing in a divergent habit, like a fern. It looks like a fern. I know the images could be, are they clear? There's this light falling on it, so I can't. Are they clear? Do you see the palm-like habit, but the leaves of a fern, fern-like? Do you see that? So what we are talking about is Cycas and Pinus. It is extremely, I have to travel, so I need to finish the chapter. And anyways, I need to finish. So guys, this distinction between Cycas and Pinus has never ever stopped coming in your NEET exam. Even when we had state exams, state level PMTs, every examiner loves the difference between Cycas and Pinus, because they are so closely related and they are the only ones living in the name of Gymnosperms. So quickly, let's make our preparation safe, and this is the last topic of the class, plant kingdom like never before. I want a lot of hearts in the comment section, because I've explained plant kingdom. Really, I'm telling you, even I am happy. I've given you whatever question can come from this topic. So you saw it yourself. Think about a Christmas tree. Think about pine trees in the mountains. Cycas are short, palm-like trees, aren't they? So we will compare them and make them very easy. Let's list down Cycas. So it is dioecious. It is dioecious. We saw it a little while ago. We saw it is dioecious. Unbranched columnar stem. Then you will have scaly pinnate leaves. Okay, this is very different from the pine tree. Pollen grains are round. Male gametes are motile, are flagellated. There are many differences, anatomical differences also, but we are doing just the basics. Okay. I think all covered. Leaf is covered, stem is covered, dioece is covered. मैं short हूँ, मैं pollen grain round बनाता हूँ. Okay, now let's do the comparison. Ready? No. I have to go to the 7th. Most important, I knew roots, coralloid roots, the most famous question. What is a coralloid root? It is the root of the gymnosperm plus blue-green algae. So my purpose or relationship with blue-green algae is for nitrogen fixation. These are white colored roots. Okay, and I think we got 7. This is very good. Happy? Let's do the comparative part now. If this is short, they are tall. Pine trees are tall, and instead of growing like a palm, they grow in a triangular manner, which is called excurrent habit. What is an excurrent habit? When I am tapering at the top and I spread out like a triangle or a pyramid. Why am I doing that? So that the snow that falls, okay, it keeps falling down and doesn't collect on the leaves. This is called excurrent habit. Okay, and that is why first we will write the opposite of this. I am monoecious. We saw that, and that is why I have a branched stem also, so that the snow doesn't deposit. Then needle-like leaves, needle-like leaves, and there are certain anatomical, pine trees are better in xerophytic adaptations if you ask me. They are considered better than angiosperms for that matter. Angiosperms are not able to survive in extreme winters in mountains. They survive. Cuticle, thick cuticle. You will always find the leaves very shiny. Yeah, thick cuticle. And sunken stomata. I have spoken about this in anatomy. Sunken stomata is when subsidiary cells are above the guard cell and stomata. They are covering them. So stomatal apparatus, stomata is not exactly at the epidermis. So I am not losing water. This and this, 1 and 2 and 3, these are the excellent, counted as, this is a question from previous year, xerophytic adaptations. I will give you the notes after this class like I always do. Let's go further. 5th point, pollen grains are round. This is one of my favorite points, winged pollen grains. Again, easy to carry, winged pollen grains. Male gametes are flagellated, male gametes are immotile. Male gametes are immotile just like angiosperms. Yeah, gives a message that I am going to become a flowering plant. Okay, I have mycorrhizal roots. This has a chance to be asked. So we highlight it. Mycorrhizal roots. What is the relationship? I am a taproot plus fungus. So what is happening in this association? I get more nutrients from the soil. What kind of nutrients? Because fungus has excellent hydrolytic enzymes. It's a excellent decomposer. So more nitrogen and phosphorus from this soil. More nitrogen and phosphorus from soil. Happy? We're good? That's about it. Question and then we are done. There's nothing that I want to discuss after this. Can you answer? Can you answer this? It's a long question, follows the pattern of 2022. Read the statements. In liverworts, mosses and ferns, gametophytes are free living. Liverworts are bryophytes. Yeah, this is true. Because in pteridophyte, gametophyte is going to be free living, isn't it? Gymnosperms and some ferns are heterosporous. This is also true. You know the examples today. Selaginella, Salvinia and Marsilia. Sexual reproduction in Fucus, Volvox and Albugo. Albugo is a fungus which shows oogamy. This is true. The sporophyte in liverworts is more elaborate than in mosses. This is wrong. We saw it in the mid-evening, didn't we? Got your answer? Why are you deleting the correct answer? Deepthi is smart. Ayana, what did I say? Cool. Both Pinus and Mercantia are dioecious. Is this true? This is so wrong. We just did it. So, according to me, the answer is 2. Deepthi, you are right. Yeah. Let's see the next question. Mohammed, what happened here? Are you okay? Srinath, you are amazing. Answer. Tomorrow, around 9 p.m. I am going to create polls. So it will be on the app, the platform. So don't forget to join that class. The link is there in the description box. I'll do, so here I can't time you guys, right? So we'll do plant kingdom questions, the difficult questions we'll do. Meanwhile, till tomorrow night, I want you to read the way, I want you to go through the notes that I'll give you. They'll really help you, okay? Pinus seeds cannot germinate and establish without fungal, yeah. This I've spoken about in ecology. It's an obligatory association. They will not complete their life cycle. Obligate means life cycle will not be complete. Necessary association. This line is given in NCERT. Yeah, people? So, what was your experience about plant kingdom? Quickly tell me in the chat box so that ma'am goes to the next thing. I am yet to do a lot of. How was plant kingdom? Did plant kingdom also give you the feeling of never before? Plant kingdom like never before? Lot of basics cleared? Rewatch the session. Plant kingdom is not an easy chapter. If you need to rewatch the video, do it at 1.5x or 1.75, and still if you have any doubts, I read all your comments here. So put it in the comment section, ma'am, I did not understand this topic, or if you understand a topic pretty well, then that also you should mention that I understood this topic like never ever before, so that somebody else who is facing a problem in the life cycle of pteridophytes, heterosporous pteridophytes or gymnosperms gets help. Yes, so I see that all of you are so, Srinath, thank you so much. Laharika, thank you so much. Now I want you guys to put a lot of comments in the comment section which work, like I always say, fuel to the fire. But if you think that this is the way you want to study botany forever and ever, I mean till your exam, that is the forever, then don't wait at all. Don't have second thoughts. If you have second thoughts, contact me personally. I know that has been a problem. Yeah, trying to fix that. And join the batch. Click on the link, and the link is given in the description box. The code is also looking like a wow, it is PM1 live. And I'll see you in the endgame batch from 2024. 2024 is going to be the year where you can change your life. Thank you, Laharika. It's always, that's all I need from everything. That's what we teachers live for, that difficult concepts and scary chapters become easy for their children. That's all. I to feed on that, breathe on that here. What else is remaining? What do you think so? So I want all this love and fire and appreciation in the comment section also. And if you loved a certain part of the chapter, mention it. Okay? Kritika, same to you. Tomorrow, thank you. I will think about having dinner. First I have to finish a lot of tasks here. So, I forgot what I was saying. Tomorrow 9:30 we'll solve. What will do 9:30? What will do 9:30? Can you tell me? We'll do questions of the chapter in a timely manner. I want, before the special class tomorrow, which is free of cost, there's no cost, I want you guys to make sure that you've joined the endgame batch, because I don't want the batch to close and you're still thinking, or the price to increase. There are limited seats in the batch, and from the information that I have, I don't want you guys to miss a spot. No, I'm not tired. I have a lot of work to do. I have as much work left as was the class. But anyway, that's okay. not shared this session and you thought that Plant Kingdom like never before, I want you to especially share it with your juniors, because people who are in 11th and 12th are really worried about this chapter. Please spread the news of quality education, which is happening exclusively on Unacademy NEET English channel with an amazing team, exclusive English batch, very nice content, very lot of hard work by the team. So I want you to, I will teach you respiration in plants, advance Happy New Year. I'm pretty sure we will meet around Happy New Year, but thank you so much, you guys. It only makes 2023 special that I met you guys, the Avenger batch, you guys, and let's make 2024 as the game changer. Yeah. Good night. Thank you so much. Love you all. I want you to hit the like button if you haven't. Please like the session so that the video stays in your liked videos, and when you have to revise Plant Kingdom ever again in life, you're able to get the right content. Okay, bye bye. Love you all. Take care.